All right, welcome. Hello. Anybody joining? Anybody live? Anybody checking this out in the future? Greetings. Welcome. My name is Rusty Reporter. Been on a kind of a self-imposed mission trying to experiment the paranormal best I can without tons of money, and I found my way to this point. And yeah, I've taken some time off from time to time, taking some breaks in between experiments, but yeah, I thought I'd fire one back up. It's been a while. I felt like doing it. I felt like doing it all day. Been looking forward to it all day. Wanted to try a different, slightly different layout and see what happens. So with all that said, if you're new to what this is all in general, it's essentially paranormal surveillance, and you are able to watch through 4 different views that in the field is considered a possible capture. And these are things such as the famous or infamous orb, where it's some sort of light anomaly that to some may be bugs or dust, but to others, this is evidence, video and photographic evidence of possibly some sort of paranormal encounters. Are they? I don't know. Then we get into EVP, and that's the electronic voice phenomena, and those are voices that are heard by electronic devices but aren't heard by human ears. And those go back a while. And you got the plethora of other studies and interests, and I found my way here in this interesting format, for a lack of a better term. And yeah, I think this is one of the better ways to actually kind of experiment, especially with live streaming, because it's, as you see it, besides a 20-second delay that YouTube sets up, or 30-second, or however long it is, I mean, this is live, and I can't do any editing. What you see is what you get. So I became fascinated with all this paranormal stuff years ago, and I stumbled my way into instrumental transcommunication, and that's essentially the next evolution of electronic voice phenomena. But instead of using some sort of recording device and capturing random whispery voices, you're able to use radios and manipulated hardware and software to possibly have these energies be able to speak real time. And that's big difference between the EVP, electronic voice phenomena, and ITC, instrumental transcommunication. Okay, well, instrumental transcommunication is a broad topic as it is, but that's one big difference between them, because you have to play back and listen and sometimes edit and amplify and remove white noise to hear EVP captures. When you use a ghost box, you hear a lot of it real time in your ear, and if you're doing what I'm doing, recording yourself, audio and video, then you're able to play that back as well. But yeah, the big difference with ITC and what I'm going to be using tonight, Spirit Box, or another term, Ghost Box, is that it is real time. So it's really fascinating. How is this working? I have racked my brain over it for a while now, and I still can't come up with any less than 8 to a dozen possible explanations. I can't personally hone in on one possible, or even 2 or 3 possible, that feel right or sound right, or there's some more logistical proof behind it, quote unquote proof, because what to a paranormal researcher may be proof, it may be infallible, undeniable to them. To the average scientist within the foundation of our structured civilization, still won't even accept it and think nothing of it. And that's something that really kind of stuck me to this interesting phenomena, is that over the years, countless people have experienced the supernatural, the paranormal, you name it, and it's not all weirdos and people that you see in the checkout stand at a grocery store, in one of those newspaper magazines. That's how there's a lot of people that are all around the food chain of our society that have experienced this stuff. So when I came into this, just that alone, you know, I can't deny that. Even if I did come into this not 100% skeptical because of the way I was raised, but skeptical enough to where I thought I might be able to disprove this to some degree. And I think I have on a lot of cases, but no matter what, each individual's own experimentation and recording of that and so on is their own. And I can't say anything about that. That's theirs, and I think that's the best way to experiment with this anyway. You're going to, it's all personal, and you're going to go on a deep personal, at least for me, like super deep interpersonal journey, spiritual journey, whichever you want to call it. And yeah, so it's the whole phenomenon is so fascinating. So seeing, I mean, when you get into the supernatural and then you start to get into the esoteric, the occult, OCCULT side of things, you start to stumble upon some really large names within the history books, however accurate or real these history books are. You stumble across lots and lots and lots of historical figures, and that either were somehow associated with supernatural or the occult or esoteric philosophies, or were outright practitioners or studiers of this. And it really all is the not watered down, but the evolution of the Renaissance, when we came out of the Dark Ages as the majority civilization, whatever whatever you want to term it. When we came out of the Dark Ages, the Renaissance time, the 17th century, 16th century, 15th century, primarily 16th, 17th century, really gave birth to the rise of science and spirituality, and this looking at the world as like you don't have these separate philosophies and disciplines that we have today in school and in college and university and in academics. And so the early days in the Renaissance, the lead scientists were basically the alchemists. And not only were the alchemists messing with elements of nature and stuff, figuring out the building blocks of earth and math, and not only the alchemists, but the mathematicians and the philosophers, but they also were working on the inner side, the spiritual side as well, and extremely just as fascinated with it. And even in America, we even have it throughout all of our founding fathers, and our state capital is the Freemasons, the Masonic symbolism, and they can say what they want. I mean, it maybe if you're a Master Mason, which is only the third degree, you have three like main entry degrees. I'm not going to talk much more on this. I just stumbling it, like having these names and then finding more about them and finding out what I think those societies with secrets are really all about. You know, it really depends on where you fall in your belief system on what they're doing. But in my own research, they're really just what is called the New Age, and they're esoteric thinkers where they're basically trying to find God through gnosis. And gnosis, Gnosis, is essentially like the Latin term for knowledge. And in our modern term, gnosis is the being able to know everything and anything, basically becoming enlightened. The Buddhists, through meditation and Shaolin Wushu and practice martial arts, they claim to reach nirvana. It's the same theory, the same idea. All the religions around the world have this. These secret societies just culminate these things, and the main wrap up is this gnosis, and that's what the G in Freemasons, they say it stands for God or Grand Architect. It stands for multiple things because they're all about symbolism and allegory, but it's base, primary, true meaning is gnosis. And that's, you know, it may be satanic. There's so many tie-ins. They say it all deals with the serpent giving us the gnosis through the apple, and who knows? I don't know. I don't know the answer. I'm not religious, but through this path, I've learned about the Nag Hammadi, I believe is pronounced, books that were uncovered in I can't remember, somewhere in the Middle East in the 40s. And these were written before the Dead Sea Scrolls, and they talk about the process that we call now gnosis, and it's essentially you don't need the church to find God, to become one God with God. You can do it inwards, and the movie Stigmata talks about that with the Book of Jesus. There's these other books that are real similar to that, where Jesus is everywhere. You turn over, you can turn over a stone, split wood, wherever he's everywhere. You don't have to go to the church. So yeah, I've become really spiritual throughout all this crazy stuff, and yeah, I'm not a practitioner of any of this stuff. I'm a studier, a scholar to some degree, quasi fringe, and but I'm fascinated with it. I'm fascinated with paranormal, modern day 20th and 21st century technology to investigate the paranormal, and even 19th century technology, because that's kind of deals with automatic writing and then the evolution into talking boards, and even the esoteric side, the spiritual, crazy, just weird way to look at life. And essentially that is called, at least in America, since I'm in the United States, it's you can as a studier of this weird phenomena, you can refer to it as modern Western ceremonial magic, and that's essentially what this stuff is. And there's a lot of people that believe in it. Now, is it true? I can't tell you one way or another, but I can tell you what it is 100% true is that a lot of people throughout history in a lot of powerful places and positions do feel or thought that it was true, or think that it's true, or will think it is true into the future. And it's happening all around us constantly, and it has been happening, and it all ties into every religion. It's really crazy. All right, so with all that said, we're experimenting. You're experimenting with me. Greetings. Hello. I have a few different ways I can do things as I progress through this. If you read let's see, what is it called again? The down below part, the video description. Yeah, I mean, I'm going to be trying different things. And just for an example, I can just do this kind of on the fly and try different things. And I'm going to just start off in this little corner and just chill, turn on the ghost box, let it warm up for a while, and try to get something to communicate. Come on. Sometimes, and if I can, awesome. And if I cannot, I cannot. I'm going to be using what modern day paranormal researchers that are trying to be as scientific as possible term instrumental transcommunication. That's using any sort of electronic device that can sweep or transmit any sort of real-time digital or audio or video information. I'm trying to switch it back to multi, but this, I think this, I have all these obstacles in the way here. Hold on, try this. Shouldn't have changed it. Well, anyway, yeah, so I'm going to be using a ghost box, and there's numerous ghost boxes and spirit boxes, physical and digital. The difference between physical and digital is physical ones are either built from the ground up to try to experiment with sweeping radio or other bands of radio frequency, AM, FM, wide band, short range, or wide range, or whatever the different terms are. And some are just radios that are hacked. There's a handful of radios, portable radios. I'm assuming consumer radios as well. Come on. I gotta get like right up in that thing. Why aren't you working? And I'll be using multiple ones tonight, but starting off with one called the Memorex 2 Extreme. And this is one that was currently on the market as at least a few months ago to a year ago. I bought it off Amazon for approximately 30 or 40 bucks, United States American. And it's one you have to hack. You have to open it up, clip a wire, and there we go. And you're able to sweep it. And there's actually some videos out there. If you're curious, you can pick. It's called the Memorex MB221. Through all the craziness, I moved the cameras. Give me a sec. I have to. Don't have streaming technology, so I have to kind of use a camera to film another LCD screen. That's way off. All right, great. Right off the bat, complications. Well, this is going to be going for a while, so I'm not here to prove to you that the paranormal exists. No matter what, people are going to either think it does or think it doesn't. And I can't tell you one way or the other because I have not personally experienced the plethora of reports that people have given over the years. I've seen shadowy figures. I felt cold spots. God, I'm all winded from that. Don't smoke cigarettes, kids. It's not good for you. Whew. Let's see. Okay, so, and I've captured EVP, and to me, have captured spirit voices coming out of a ghost box. Now, can I prove them all? No, but I don't think that on every session that I have, that as I'm going through the ghost box, that it's just blazing out spirit word after spirit word. I think that it's rare, and it pops in every once in a while. Whew. All right, so this is the Memorex. You have to cut one wire. The other ghost boxes I'm going to be using tonight on that table on the top right and also on the bottom right. It's a little low. You can see that there's a few different ghost boxes. So I'm going to be trying a few different ghost boxes. And some of them you don't have to hack. Some of them, I can't remember which one. Oh yeah, it's a Sony one. You don't have to actually hack, so let me get to that. So with the radio, you sweep band. You can either sweep FM, AM, or wideband, or wide range, or whatever the heck that one's called, short range and stuff like that. This particularly sweeps FM, AM, and I can't tell you if there's a frequency that works better or not. I've seemed to get possible intelligent responses on both. So we're going to start off with FM. I'm going to sweep FM for a while. I'm going to let it warm up, do my thing, ask questions, and then maybe do an EVP, then do AM, then maybe do an EVP, then maybe swap to a ghost box. And yeah, it's not scheduled, it's not scripted, and yeah, we'll just see what happens. The hope is that with this setup here that you're viewing is to capture possible light anomalies, which I'm in the ballpark that I think a lot are mistaken dust and bugs, but I can't say for certain. All I know is that I've seen some really interesting ones that I think there is something to this one, that the light anomaly phenomenon. So yeah, I really need to quit smoking cigarettes. I'm like sweating from that. Well, it is a little like when you first start doing this, there's a little bit of stage fright. Like I'm past it now, but that doesn't help either. All right, so here we go. So I'm using the Memorex attached to a JBL speaker. That was my whole purpose before I got all sidetracked, is that so you can see what this was. And then I noticed how crazy the camera was looking. So yeah, this is my setup, and I essentially you can use any speaker. This is a wireless speaker. I really like the speaker because I can either use it for this connection or hook it up to my computer and run apps through it. Or what I want to do later is use the ghost boxes again, but if it goes into this, if it goes that long, this could run anywhere from like 2 hours to like 8 hours. So I just never know, and I just go with the flow. But I eventually want to hook this use a different cord, hook it into my laptop, and run that through a ghost box that actually has a white noise filtration system. Now, it's not as fancy as some of the really expensive ghost boxes you can get that come in with, I believe there's certain pedals that are designed for guitar and stuff like that, where you can do things like add reverb and reverse and remove any sort of white noise and such, but I don't have anything like that fancy. I kind of spent a bunch of money getting like a base start, and just getting this base setup I have was still a bunch of money. I haven't really wanted to spend too much money in a while. I think I got enough to start off with, but yeah, try some other things. I packed up on AAA, so I got my ghost boxes set, and then I got extra batteries. I would like to try at some point the laser grid. I haven't pulled out that dusty old laser grid in months and months and months, and I would like to try to experiment with that. All right, guys, so hello anyone that may be watching, hello anyone in the future. Let's do this. It's Rusty, guys. Spirits gather around. I'm going to ask you questions, and after each question, you're going to hear this sound playing through the radio. It's essentially using other people talking in the airwaves if you're not sure what this is. And we think you can somehow maybe talk between the airwaves, or even manipulate their voices, or somehow you get into the speaker or you get into the radio. Nobody knows how it happens, but there seems to be enough evidence to this point to where it seems like something is going on. It's really akin to the UFO phenomena. Tons of people experience it, tons of people see it, interact, but they can't prove it. And it's the same thing with ghost boxes. So after each question, I'm going to wait a period of time and give you guys a little bit of time, 30 seconds, a minute, maybe two, sometimes let it run longer, and see if you can capture your voice through this. I'm recording it. My friends all over the world are checking this out. People in the future will be checking it out. You have a chance to get a message through if it's something important, if it's something that will make you feel better, if it's something that will give you solace or peace. I would like to try to do that. So with all that said, thank you, my spirit friends. I'm going to fire it up. I'm just going to let it run for a minute or two, and then I'm going to start asking questions. So here we go. Sound like dead right off the bat. Each ghost box has such a unique sound, and then depending on what speaker you're using, it will have another different sound than if you're just like using it plugged into your computer speakers or any speakers. It sounds different from speaker to speaker, and so it's really interesting to try to experiment with the different ways. Like this one sounds really interesting when I use this wireless JBL Flip. It's a little more pricey for a portable radio because it is Bluetooth built in and rechargeable, but I like the sound of it. All right, Spirits, it's Rusty. My name is Rusty Reporter. Not technically, not by law, but by my weird pseudonym on paranormal research, live stream world, land. And it's very nice to meet you. Can we take a minute and see if we can get a name into the device? Please go ahead, my spirit friends. Sound like Bob. Bob. Well, I heard a Bob, so I can't either prove or disprove what I hear at the time. A lot of times it sounds different to people listening to it live, and it'll sound different if I review it and check out the audio. A lot of times it sounds different, so depends what microphone I'm using too. As I get into this, I'll be taking little breaks from time to time, but my plan is to hook up I already have my other microphone ready to go, and I just have to swap it out in the stream options, and yeah, I can just let it play for like 5 minutes or something, or 3 minutes while I take a break or something, and it'll sound different then. So it'll be a way to, if anybody's been watching now into the future, depending on what ghost box I'm using, you can get a gander for it. It does sound different no matter what you're using, what speakers or what headphones you're re-listening it with. Everything makes it sound, it's really interesting. So, all right, Bob, thank you. let's see if we can get some more names. Who else may be with us tonight? Well, that was interesting. I heard Joel. Joel is in here or something. Joel's in, like something like that. Thank you. All right, cool. Let's try for a few more names. I'm just gonna let it go for a couple minutes. Let's see how many names we might be able to get out of this. Thank you. Pete. I just heard Pete. Keep going, guys. Try to get some names to this, please. It's like I said, sick. That's a really weird sound that goes through a certain point. It's like it sounds like the airwave, the white noise is going through a cave or something. It's really weird. Right there, there's one. Oh, I'm on AM. Interesting. All right, so this has been AM. It was dark. I couldn't tell. I thought it said FM. All right, so this is AM band to start off with. So I guess we'll be going with AM band first, and for a while or a bit, and then swap to FM. See what the heck happens. Interesting. AM. I haven't done tons. Like if I have a total, this will be the 162nd approximately ghost box. I think there is a couple of them in there in the 160 plus that I have for my ghost box sessions, oldest and newest. I think there's a couple of videos in there that are actually short reviews of possible interesting things. So it's technically, I think it's only, this is going to be like the 160th or 61st. I got off on my numbers, but I already said it on my last ghost box stream, so I just got to run with it now. So there's so many. Anyway, the point of all that is the majority of my physical ghost box experiments has definitely been in FM, and it's not purposeful. It's not like I hop on and like FM. Yeah, it's just generally what I do, not even really thinking about it. Especially once you start doing this quite a bit, you get really in the habit of it, and you kind of forget about some of the smaller details. And so yeah, out of the whole of my research, I have definitely experimented with sweeping the FM band way more than sweeping the AM band. So that's something that's interesting. That's something I need to keep in mind, and that's something maybe I should focus more on in the future. So yeah, that's just my process. I will spout out random things like this as we go. And like it says in the description, there's going to be times where I may just chit chat and just chill and talk about weird things, because I got a crazy amount of weird things on my mind right now. And this, to me, is kind of like a form of therapy, to where I can speak this, and it's much easier than trying to sit down and record and edit and put an intro and an exit and shorten it and blah 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 blah, and do how the majority of YouTube videos are made. Just so much easier to stream. I mean, I'm a working man. I my last couple of days are long shifts too, so yeah, it's nice to just chill, and I think it's better to approach this as relaxed as humanly possible, because I think the more like tense and stressed out you are, kind of acts like a barrier, a wall, or maybe even like a warning sign to certain entities to like just stay away from you. Like your aura is giving off some crazy color or something that keeps entities away. And in the long run, I don't know any of the answers. I don't know how the heck this is happening. Trust me, I have a million questions still, and every session something new will arise. So there's just no end to it. And I think that's another reason why I became so fascinated with the esoteric research as well, because it is real similar in the paranormal, to where there really doesn't seem to be a final barrier that you get to, like a finish line that you can cross. To some people, yes. I mean, I'm just not, I've never been that kind of guy. I've always been in the middle type of, to where I just don't say yes or no or really have opinions. I just kind of listen. And then if somebody asks me a question, then yeah. If they want to know my opinion, I'll say something. But I generally just never kind of been that to where I can say yes or no. And yeah, I want to talk about the Mandela effect a little bit more too. That one's really interesting. I want to get back into secret societies because these are 2 videos, or at least one of them I wanted to make another video about. So I wanted to talk some about that because I definitely have learned a lot more to where I feel I'm approaching it and looking at it in the middle road. So you're going to hear interesting sides, interesting things from both sides. And because I find both sides fascinating, and I don't dismiss or adhere to either side, any side, because, pardon me, because a lot of times there's more than 2 sides as well. So, so yeah, that's just like that is a tandem. I can go off on a 5-10 minute tandem. So, spirits, are we warming up? Let's ask a number question. Let's see if we can get an interesting number through this box. Can you tell me? I heard a handful of names. Oh, let's see, I can't remember them all, so apologies, must be a friend. But I remember there was like a Pete, a Joel, at least 2 or 3 others. So at least 4 or 5 names. How many spirits are we trying to communicate with tonight? Can you tell me how many, please? I hear faint words as well as loud. Well, it's nice to meet you guys, whoever's with me tonight. Are you able to do this easily? Because it seems like right off the bat, it seems like it's already warmed up pretty quick. And if you can do this easily, let's see, how do you know how you're able to talk, like to communicate into this? Nothing. And here's another philosophy that goes in line with EVP and ITC, Spirit Box, and digital voice recording experiments, is that for whatever reason, sometimes the spirits can't answer you within that little 30-second gap after a question, and it may take them longer to, the main theory is build up some sort of energy to be able to, for them to speak in this reality. And does that happen? I don't know, but I've heard interesting things that may seem like, yeah, there may be something to that, to where something pops out a few questions later, or even longer, or something that stands out. So that's something to keep in mind if you're kind of new into this. And I know that's a theory. I remember reading that way back when I was just into EVP and really didn't know anything about ITC. Oh, that's something I wanted to wrap up the whole ITC about, is not only is it ghost boxes, radios, digital, physical application, software, you name it, is that ITC also is just really the umbrella term for any sort of communication that's using any electronic device. So you can actually slam EVP under the ITC umbrella, and other things such as video ITC, to where you can use either the static, the universe's background microwave radiation that's picked up when you tune to channel 3 on an old school TV, and people think that you can use that as a form of communication. You can use a camcorder and point it at, hook it into your television, then point it at your television, and you can create a feedback loop. And there's beliefs that you can use this feedback loop to somehow break the barriers of time and space. And there's others, I mean, records and movie reels. I saw a really interesting bit about a lady that it was a Sightings episode, I believe it was, and I'm pretty sure it was Sightings, an old school paranormal kind of news style show. It's a really interesting show. But this lady used a Super 8 camera to film all sorts of random things, and she would capture these strange anomalies on the film that they tried to disprove and couldn't disprove. And among weird video anomalies, she would catch audio anomalies. And why this is extra weird is because the dang Super 8 that she was using doesn't have an audio recording capability, and the Super 8 film is this encased film anyway. It's like this closed system. So, and she was able to reproduce this on many different things, and it was really, really interesting. I'm going to hopefully do a future video about it, so I don't want to get into too much detail because I want people to watch that one instead, because I want to try to bring back some of my older videos. And yeah, I think I can tie this one into maybe like a Paranormal Legends or something. So, because I have been wanting to do an ITC Paranormal Legends for a while. I mean, it's like what I started with, and I've made my Paranormal Legends series, for lack of a better term. And yeah, I wanted to do a dang ITC one but I really want it to be the best. I want it to have really give it justice, or whatever, whatever that saying is. All right, spirits. So yeah, you've heard how we think this is working, at least to some degree. We don't know if you speak into this. We don't know if you speak into the radio, if you speak into the speaker, or if you're somehow in the airwaves between it, because we are constantly bombarded with airwaves right now. If we had the special glasses or goggles to see it, there's freaking airwaves and cell phone waves and you name it, waves all over the place. And yeah, so they could be using any of these different frequencies, bands of light. We just don't know. And does it help to hold it? Does it help to put it down on a table? Does it help to cleanse it with some sort of religious purification like holy water? Does it help to use some sort of ritual magic? I can't tell you. These are experiments that you need to try on your own. And all I know is this is still a really new frontier, and there is pretty much an infinite way to experiment with this stuff. And I just do it really like this because it's, like I said, this is simple and easy, and I'm beat, and I've been wanting to do it. And this is really chill, and I like it. I like kicking back and hanging out with people watching it live and people checking it out in the future. And this is just going to be another interesting experiment. So, all right, guys. Well, tell me about yourself. Can you tell me what happened to you? I don't want this to sound disrespectful, but we believe you're dead, okay? We think you're a spirit, a human in spirit form. Can you tell me, how did you enter into this spirit form? What happened to you? Please let us know. Gotta swap hands. Well, you know what? I'm gonna swap to FM now. I'm gonna try a different band, my spirit friends. So that was AM for approximately 15, 20 minutes, I think. So now I'm gonna swap to FM. And I was sweeping in like backwards. Now I'm gonna be sweeping forward. Let's just change up both sides. So what happened to you? How did you enter or become a spirit? No matter what you are, if you're a human, a demon, an alien, a time traveler, a guardian angel, and so on and so forth. How did you get into your form, please?
Technical.
It's not like I said it's technical. Yeah, I can imagine. To some people. Yeah.
Understand.
Understand, I heard. Yes, we're trying to understand. Can you tell us, what is it like to be a spirit, a ghost, whatever you are? That's why I use the term spirit, because I think it's kind of like a good all-encompassing term, no matter what. I kind of don't put down any of them. I don't look down my nose at any of them, and just whatever it is, and I can't change whatever it is. So whatever you are called, what is it like to be you? And then, sorry. So these are all the different ghost boxes I have tonight. Spirits. These are the different devices over here, as well as this one in my hand that we're going to try to use. I have the Sony. Man, it's hard to remember the dang side things to all these. MW3, I think it is. And then I have the PSV7, old school version, not the 2015 version. And then I have another one that's a hacked one, and this is a Jensen portable radio. So we think you can communicate to us through these radios. I also have a device that can record voice. This is just a phone that I'm going to use to try some EVP work as well. So if you need to like charge up into these devices or think about it or use your emotions, I mean, that's another thing. Like emotions could be a big thing in this, no matter what emotions they're feeling, happy, sad, anything in between in the spectrum. You know, it just could play a really huge part of this, and not, if not the majority. So, I mean, it's, no matter how hard we try, we are emotional creatures. I mean, you might say to yourself, you're not jealous about something, but if you have to tell yourself you're not jealous about something, then that means you have some deep down jealousy that you either are unaware of, or just the time hasn't ripened for your unconscious to bring that forward. And that's what I've been fascinated with the whole esoteric world is. It's really about this know thyself. You'll really see that throughout the different schools, the mystery schools. And yeah, are these mystery schools satanic? I can't tell you. I know that a lot of the stuff that comes out that says these things are satanic are really the complete opposite spectrum. So it really doesn't seem like it's a fair analysis of what is going on, especially like the Middle Age stuff that really helped keep this flow of this look upon it, because it really is a way to go around the church. At least in my kind of opinion at this point, is that Gnosis, the mystery schools, any form of esoteric study is the same thing as what the churches will teach you. It's just done more of an inward path, and you really become more self-aware. And that's, it's really weird. And I'm not saying I'm like super self-aware. I'm still a freaking idiot. I misspelled a bunch of things on, on my post earlier. It's like, and I thought I had it all fixed. I checked it like a few hours later, and still there was still something wrong with it. So, but this inner journey, and the reason why the church looks down upon this and considers it heresy is because it doesn't want people not going to the church. Clearly, I mean, where would their money and funding come from? And I'm not saying all churches are bad and all churches are stealing money, but there's clearly ones that are, and there's proof of this. So that's why I'm just kind of an in-the-middle guy in the long run. Spirits, we're talking about a lot of religion tonight. Do you have a religion? Can you tell me what religion you practice, please? I want to make sure my mouth goes. Working is your religion. Yeah. That's interesting. At 5, I just heard 5, which I asked earlier, and I thought the number was 5, and I noticed that somebody else heard that number earlier. So that's really interesting. I heard it clear now, and that kind of whatever dovetails or horseshoes back into what I mentioned earlier about receiving possible intelligence responses later. And that's why I really like the term possible intelligent response. I really only kind of labeled, I think, 1 video an intelligent response, maybe 2 tops. And yeah, because I think the majority of them, even no matter how cool they are, I can't really say for certain except for a few occasions. But all right, sweet spirits. So it was warm today. It was freaking getting hot out here. What do you think about the heat? How was your day?
Busy.
Busy? That's how was your day, busy? It was busy. What'd you do? What'd you do all day? Ah, it's hard.
Is it?
Well, interesting. I didn't really do much today because I had the day off, so I just took it super easy, kick back, kind of set up everything for tonight, then just played video games most of the afternoon, and yeah, that's about it. So I wasn't too busy, but again, I didn't have to work today, so on my work days I'm busy. Speaking of work, can you tell us what did you guys do for a job? What was your what was your favorite job? How's that?
Probably higher. Or not. Not more. Or just.
It's really interesting how some voices are fainter, some are louder. Yeah, you could chalk it up to the as it's sweeping through the radio stations, but I don't know. It sounds like sometimes they overlap, and they're not like exactly right next to each other. There were different radio stations. There's a space, like a gap in between, so that because it doesn't, like, let's say your radio station, your favorite radio station, what is 103 point whatever 9. It's not sharpest on 103.9. It's still a bleed over on, like, I don't even 3 or 4 or whatever micro channels, whatever that after the decimal point is. And yeah, so when you hear like a whispery one under like a louder one, it's just those are really interesting. And yeah, it's just sometimes you just don't. Sometimes ones just give you a different feel. Sometimes the voices just sound different. Like you just feel like, huh, yeah, okay. Do you use my energy to communicate into the spirits? Sound like, oh, it sounded like I was just saying no, and then it sounded like you said no twice. All right, is that a no? I'm sorry. Watch me say yes. Weak people. Spirits, what do you think about the teachings of kind of finding God inwardly instead of through some sort of external system or structured people or whatever you want to term it? Do you think that that's wrong, or do you think it's kind of the same thing and just a different choice, and to each their own, and whatever you're most comfortable with? What do you think about that, spirits? Is it heresy? Is it bad, or is it okay?
Money.
Now, gonna get a little way out, just because I'm in the philosophy that it really seems like at one point we thought like the Earth was the center of the universe, then we thought maybe the sun was the center of the universe, and then it finds out that we're part of this giant galaxy with a bunch of other suns that are actually rotating around. At least that's what we're told. I can't say for certain. And then we find out there's other galaxies that are doing the same thing. My point is that it seems like it doesn't stop. It seems like it just keeps going and going and going and going and going. And so that would lead to infinite, and infinite would just mean anything, everything, all possibilities. Oh, man. So I'm in the mind state that if the universe, just even if let's say it's not infinite, just if you accept that it's extremely large, and there just happens to be this one planet that happened to spawn life and intelligent life, And we're finding, at least what we're told through the science gods these days, that the building blocks that we find, that what we believe created life as we know it on this planet, these building blocks are all over the place. And so it just likens the odds that there's more life out there. So it's kind of been glorified and romanticized through Hollywood, television, books, magazines, comics, you name it. And so to me, the image of the alien today is kind of hokey, the mainstream. I'm more of in the idea that whatever it is, when we do meet it, it's like it will be nothing like anybody's ever imagined, because it's just kind of like an ant and us, you know. It's just an ant may live exactly like us, or whatever their reality is. We just won't. Another example is that if a lion was able to speak English and speak all in English, its frame of reference and everything that it grew up around is so foreign to us that even if it was speaking English, it still would make any sense to us. All the formation, everything that they're using would just be complete gibberish. I heard that the other day. I thought that was a really cool way to kind of look at the aliens as well, because no matter what these aliens, extraterrestrials, interdimensional, whatever they are, chances are that they're light years, eons, innumerable years of technology and spiritual and you name it research ahead of us. So we wouldn't be able to understand them at all. We probably wouldn't even notice them. Like maybe that's what ghosts are. Maybe ghosts are aliens and we can't notice them because they're so advanced. They live in a different dimension. They live upon the fourth or fifth dimension. I mean, you can really get deep into this and it really kind of never ends. And it's really like how much you want to dive into certain subjects, and you will always find other branches and other things that lead otherwhere and point to other things. And that's why I think that this can't be proven, because it's just so widespread, like wide spectrum. It is life, it is existence, it is everything. And we're dealing with stuff that we just, at this point, we may not be able to comprehend because we haven't grown enough, our brains haven't developed enough, or we may not have the wiring to understand it, like how an ant can never understand our world the way we understand it. So all that said, my spirit friends, are there aliens? Are there extraterrestrials out there? Yes or no, please? Can you name some of these? Because I know that there's been a pretty good handful of prolific names that have popped up to where certain people believe that there's kind of like this phone book of what kind of different extraterrestrials we have that are interacting with us, or have been interacting with us, or will be interacting with us. And there's a lot of interesting names. So it'd be interesting if we heard some of these. Can you tell us any of the names of the other species that are around this universe, this galaxy, this galactic system? Please, my spirit friends. Let's go one camera for a while. See if it picks up something on one camera. Yeah, this is an interesting angle that another reason I really like this session going so far is this is an interesting series of angles that I really haven't attempted to capture the same. And that's not really on, I guess it's kind of on with the little altar, the pseudo altar with my ghost boxes. Yeah, I haven't really done something like that. Like I've kind of done something similar, but not to where I have a couple different cameras pointing on it. And as you'll see here in a bit, I can get into it in just a little bit. I'm gonna kind of swap positions. I'm gonna use one of the cameras as kind of like a free cam, just kind of free cam for a little bit. So we're gonna do that in like 5-10 minutes, and then yeah, I think I'm gonna do an EVP session because I just kind of want to just wrap up this little part of this session for in just a few minutes, and then just sit and observe in the 4cam and use a free cam as I'm observing, and just sit for 3 minutes, 5 minutes, something not too long, and just kind of observe, sit and observe the quietness. And yeah, and then I think I'm gonna try an EVP. There's a few different ways I want to try EVP. I want to ask it's recording, I want to do the classic ask a question as it's recording, then wait, ask like whatever 2 or 3 questions, so that you get about a minute or so clip of audio where I'm asking questions within that audio. And then I want to try a second technique to where I ask the question prior to hitting record, and I ask a question and then hit record and see if we can do that. Because I find that's an interesting technique, and then why not? Why not throw in another way to try it? So then you're not going to get any of my voice on it, hopefully. And that's another kind of point of having 4 cameras, is if I have the dang audio way over there and I'm over here, when I say audio, I mean the digital voice recorder. Yeah, I mean, I can't, no matter what, I can't prove this, no matter how I can, but in my small little reality, I'm trying to set parameters to where I can hopefully kind of make this as legit as possible. And in the long run, that's why I like to say I don't know what's going on, and I can't tell you, and I don't know the answers, and I can't say yes or no. But I like to talk to my spirit friends, and I like to hang out with chill people. So, and this is, like I said, kind of like a form of therapy for me. So, hey, spirits, what do you think about that? You want to try a different technique to where instead of trying to speak into this, then we're going to speak into a different one to where you don't use any other sounds. There's not going to be any other voices. It's just going to be the white noise, the ambient noise of the room. And then we try to capture your voice with that. So it's called electronic voice phenomena. Have any of you guys heard of that? What do you think of that? Awesome. Well, I'm going to ask a couple more questions. Now, this is an experiment I've done on pretty much them all. Not sure if I remembered on the last one, but I think I may have. And so that would mean the majority of my experimental research, I've tried to see if we can say my name through this ghost box. It's always interesting if you hear my name said back, especially something like a female voice or something that's completely distinctly different than my voice. It's really interesting. So my name's Rusty. We've heard other people's names. I want to see if you can say my name back to this device so I know and can confirm I'm communicating with people or spirits. So try to say Rusty, please, guys. Go ahead.
Yeah.
So you're not going to get it every single time. You can never jump into this thinking that you're going to, man, I'm still sweating. It's kind of warm in here. Yeah, you can't jump into this thinking you're going to get an answer on every single thing. I mean, it also depends on what kind of mood you're in, like what you think you might hear, and your belief system. And I'm not here to tell anybody the right or wrong way. It's just through my own experimentation. It feels like they cannot do this all the time. Sometimes it's pretty rare. Sometimes it seems like they heat it up and they're able to do it almost on command. So That's why it's interesting to do this live, is because you kind of get different eyes on it and different ears to either confirm or deny what might have just occurred. All right, Spirit, sweet. So we're going to take a wee little break on this. We're going to fire up the digital voice recorder, just do a short little burst session, get back to a different ghost box. I don't know what I'm going to use next, and maybe the PSP7 a bit. And I want to kind of do this real quick, because I was just when I was toying around with this, getting it all set up, I realized that, yeah, this one's kind of cool to do weird things, because I can kind of set it up free. So we can just kind of sit here, just relax a minute. You can look at my weird eyes, and we'll just see what sort of energy might be around. It feels really peaceful in here. I was trying to make this peaceful. I always talk about peaceful things before, and kind of do kind of a, for lack of a better term, sort of some sort of protection saying, slogan, motto, and yeah. Funny reflecting back on it. I haven't done this nearly as much. I mean, there was a point where I was doing this daily for quite a while, and I definitely got like super comfortable with when I could just like start it and not have any sort of stage fright. For whatever reason, even though this isn't acting, this isn't scripted, when I always start this, I have just a wee bit of stage fright. But then after the first 5 minutes, you warm up, and or at least I warm up, and I just feel comfortable. And I'm not really paying attention. But so yeah, we're just gonna be quiet for a minute or two. Just kind of move this camera around, look in different areas. I've really been fascinated with corners. And I know you're right, you're saying corners, wow. But if you think about a corner, it's kind of like an amphitheater. It's kind of, it's sound can be collected in these corners, and who knows, maybe spiritual energy. So that was another reason I kind of wanted to sit over there in that corner, and that I've been thinking about it, because I've seen some interesting possible results about work with corners. I mean, who would have thunk? But it may be certain materials, certain alignments to celestial bodies, to the cardinal directions. Who knows? But there may be something to it. But yeah, it's interesting. Let's kind of look around here. It's the ceiling area. Oh, everything's reversed on what I'm looking at. So that light up there is an IR cams. So any other big lights besides the television is an IR cam. But yeah, that's what I'm looking at. Completely dark all around except for that dang screen. There's another camera up there. So it's pretty quiet tonight, pretty quiet in the neighborhood. Sit for a minute, maybe talk a little bit. But I just want to be quiet just for like a minute. So let's see. See if maybe the radio or the microphone might pick up something. Are you here with me, spirits? Can you try to talk to me? If it is possible, can you try to move something around me or knock on something around me to catch my attention? It's pretty quiet around here. All right, let's try. I was about to touch the screen. This is an older one, you don't have to touch the screen. Funny. All right, so I'm just gonna try to hold it. Let's see, what can I do here? Hold it in front of me so you can see that my mouth won't be moving. Hopefully something can capture. So first I'm just gonna ask 3 questions, spirits. After each question, I'm gonna wait just a little bit of time, see if you can talk into this device on my left hand. All right, make sure I'm on record. Oh crap, I'm recording right now. Dang it. Do this again. All right, try it again. All right, take two. All right, spirits, here we go. EVP session, on the fly, burst. My name's Rusty. Can you please try to tell me your name into this device in my left hand? This gadget. Go ahead, please. My hand's a bit shaky, Spirit. I'm sorry. I think it's the coffee. Can you tell me? I'm doing all right tonight. How are you doing? Can you let me know how you're doing, please? Go ahead. All right, ending session. All right. Let's see. I guess I better keep this here. Play back. EVP session. On the fly. First. My name's Rusty. Can you please try to tell me your name into this device in my left hand? The gadget. Go ahead. My hand's a bit shaky, Spirit. Coffee. Can you tell me? Doing all right tonight. How are you doing? Can you let me know how you're doing? Let's go. Ending session. Man, I haven't done an EVP session in such a long time. I don't think I did one last session. And really, yeah, it's been like 3 months, I think, or at least 3 or 4. I know there's one video I put private just because it's like I wasn't feeling it in the session. So it was like, I think it came after ITC session number 101, but I just decided to put it private. It's because it's like, I don't know. It was a weird session. I just didn't really like it. So I've done that to a couple, but not many. And yeah, I just wasn't, there's just something about it. I just wasn't impressed with it. It seemed really flat. It was just, really wasn't any experimentation. It was one static camera at, I don't even know, maybe spirit boxes. And yeah, just, man, I wasn't really feeling it in the session. And upon review, it was just like, yeah, you could tell you just weren't into it, and pretty much pointless session. So plus, I don't think there was really anything captured on that. So yeah, EVP. I remember reading in one of my first books on electronic voice phenomena that they recommended that you do it in the same spot, at the same time of day, and that is because the energies have to develop the routine, or they have to build up their energies to be able to do it. And I really just don't know one way or another. But yeah, I haven't done a dang spirit box or EVP in a while. And you know, ironically, I think one of the best EVPs that I'm yet to capture, let's see, can we look at, is was off of one of these live streams, captured in this other microphone I have. It's slightly more professional, but it's not mobile like the one I'm using. So yeah, it was really interesting. To me, it seems like it's Class A. I can't tell you for certain if it is. It could just be some sort of weird hiccup. It could be when I moved, my pants made that sound, but it sounds like a whispery voice that says either heard, HEARDU, heard you, or hurt you. And what's interesting is people commented within the comments that they were hearing slightly different things. Like I think there was a I love you and some other something else, maybe like a get out or something. And I just found that really interesting. But that one was really clear. It's one of the clearest ones I've ever captured. And it ironically was not even on a digital voice recorder. It was through this whole process of streaming this crazy thing. So yeah, let's take a look real quick down here. We got it's all opposite. So like I said, this is the Sony M37W, I believe is what it is. PSP7 and the Jensen. And the other one I was using is the Memorex MB221. So again, real quick, hello anyone who's watching. I just want to recap these ghost boxes. So the PSP7 is built from the ground up as a ghost box. This is the one you can buy. There are other ones depending on how much you want to spend, and but you can go cheaper routes. This is a Sony that you can get off Amazon, and you could probably buy it off eBay really cheap, and it you don't have to hack it or anything. All you have to do is use a potato chip clip and hold down the sweeping. And this is another one you can buy off Amazon or eBay, and that's the Memorex. And this one you have to open up and clip a yellow wire, but you don't have to hold the buttons down. You just have to press a button, and it eliminates this beeping noise. So you can use that as a ghost box, because that's all the PSP7 does. Is it was just designed to quiet. I mean, there's a white noise because there's a white noise generator, but basically sweep through different radio stations. And then this one's not as easy to find. You can't buy it new. This is from like the 90s. It's a Jensen armband radio. And I got this at a thrift shop or charity shop, whatever side of the pond you're on. And you can buy them off eBay, I believe, but they may be kind of pricey. I paid like $6 for this, but this is another one you have to clip a wire, and then you have to use the potato chip clip to sweep it. So I'm actually would like to try to use this. Don't think there's any batteries within it. Oh, no. So, here, let me put this camera down. I'm like using the camera like it's a freaking flashlight. All right. So now I want that. My very first ghost box, if you're curious, was the PSP7, the classic that you see on television and all that fancy pants stuff. Crap, what do I do with the batteries? They're over here. And then the second one was that Jensen. I was at the thrift shop looking just actually at. I wanted to see if I could find big radio, like a big old freaking honker radio, and they didn't have any. And as I was leaving, I noticed they had a little by the checkout, just like a little glass counter that has these two batteries. And yeah, it had this Jensen in it, and I actually wasn't sure at the time if it was hackable. I don't believe. I may have, but I don't believe so. And I took it. Since it was only $6, I was like, dude, this might work, because I was just getting into finding like that other radios can sweep. And what's going on here? And I'm gonna use the Duracells. Yeah, and so I took it home. Found out you need to hack it. Was able to hack it. It's really pretty simple. I believe it was just a yellow wire. Again, just one wire, at least one wire. I don't know. Can't remember if it was yellow or not, because I think the Memorex was yellow. And then I was able to sweep it. But yeah, the only catch is you have to use a potato chip clip or your fingers. You can use your fingers to hold it down. I find it much easier to just use a potato chip clip and yeah, see what you hear. So yeah, we'll get into this. Like I said, I don't know how long I'm gonna stream tonight. Sometimes they're a couple hours, sometimes they're 3 or 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 hours. I really don't know. I haven't done this in a while. I feel all right. A little warm, so hopefully it's not the freaking lakes of fire from the depths below, aka hell, tickling my belly because I study esoteric philosophies, because that's what some schools of thought will tell you. And I'm just not in the school of thought to just like straight blatantly say, okay, this one side says that this is true, while you have all these other groups and other nationalities and people all over the world. That's really all it is. It's just a conglomerate. These mystery schools are just a conglomeration of all the weird mystical studies from all over the world. That's all it is. Does it lead to the path of Satan? I don't know. Some people say yes. Then in the long run, it all goes to Lucifer. I don't know. I know the Gnosis, the Gnostics, there's these people called the Gnostic Christians, and they're considered heretics. They're considered, even though they don't call their entity Satan or Lucifer, that's what the church, especially back in the old days, would say. That doesn't matter. That's who you're. If it's not God, then it's going to be this guy. Essentially, their philosophy, in a nutshell, is that the God that we believe is God, the God that has been accepted by all the major religions all over the world, is actually mistaken, and he is actually a few levels below, like, the real supreme whatever this is, and that this individual, this spiritual being, this powerful spiritual being, is actually trapped us in this mortal form and is trying to keep our souls essentially imprisoned in this dimension, in this realm, whatever this is. And the Gnostics feel that there's other steps above that, and that sense, in a nutshell, they basically claim, they believe that God is kind of Satan. They kind of think that God is the bad guy and capturing us and keeping us here, while whatever this supreme being is, which they don't have really a term for. I think demiurge is what they term God. I guess they technically have a term, but I just can't remember off the top of my head. But there's these levels in between. There's these things called archons. Archons are kind of like angels. They're like supreme beings, but there's like supreme beings above them, and then supreme beings above them. And it's really interesting because the Gnostic view came, I guess, was established around the same time or just a little prior to main modern day Judeo-Christian Christianity, and yeah, and they had ideas and philosophies that just weren't liked. Well, anyway, I'm talking way too long. I could have had to cut myself off there because I was really starting to talk way too long. So now we're going to use this. Oh, it's a COS. I called it a Jensen. Weird. Why did I call it Jensen? Yeah, this is the COS, sweepable radio. That's funny. Why did I call it? I don't think I've owned a Jensen product in freaking ever. Oh, I do have a old, or not old, but I do have a portable radio with a dial. It's a larger kind of portable radio, like one you'd use at campsite or something, or at the work site, being a carpenter or some crap like that. And yeah, that one may be a Jensen. So I don't freaking know. I haven't done this as much recently. So all right, here we go. So this is the Jensen. We're gonna listen to this for a while, spirits. Try to communicate into this. Woo. I need to take a little break, so I'm going to swap microphones just for 3 minutes, 5 minutes tops, and I'm going to blast this over on this other microphone and just step away for a minute. So I need to stretch, and I need to just take just a little break. So yeah, let's try to set this up over here. So yeah, if anybody is watching, thank you. I don't have any of the stats up. I really tend to not like to look at those because it can be distracting. And yeah, just it is what it is, and just let whatever happen. So all right, so I'm gonna swap microphones. I'm gonna be off camera for a little. If you're curious, I don't know if you can see it, but well, I guess you can see me placing the spirit box down. I have my other larger or was it blue, snow blue ice ball, whatever the hell that one's called, over here. So I'm just gonna let it record so I can step away. Just play it. I just heard just play it. All right, hold on. Let me swap microphones. Hopefully this works. Test. Oh yeah. Have you met? All right, so spirits, anyone watching, anyone in the future, just stepping away a few minutes. If you must know, so I like to be as transparent as possible.
Need to just have a few drags off a good old cigarette, fix my little nicotine fix, and yeah, maybe use the bathroom real quick, and that's about it. Really nothing too snazzy. So yeah, I'll be back in 3 to 5 minutes. Really, probably not much longer than that. So I'll be right back.
Area, basically.
El punto de las...
Dosing.
The sun.
Seems like everything.
There's two.
Is it just like
Yeah.
446?
Job site. Entrance benefit.
Situation.
Liz taking. What do we do?
Right. Skip.
Okay, back with this microphone now. Adjust it just a little. Get it to fit right, because I don't like having both ears covered when I'm talking. It's really weird. It feels like I have to like shout, and I just don't like it. I can remedy it by at least exposing one ear lobe to the actual room sound. Ideally both. This one I can kind of hang off, and but the left side is. And another reason for this experimentation is you got to hear, so that's why these aren't like over the ear ones. Over ear seem to be more sound dampening. I really love those for video games though. They're my preferred. Watching movies and stuff. Yeah, spirits. Speaking of movies, I caught on sale the Alien Anthology, not a steal or anything. It was, I believe, $24.99 or $29.99, one of the two. But I thought, hey, digital. I got it on my game console, and I can just throw it in and watch it whenever. And so, yeah, I'm actually near the end of Aliens 3. And spirits, I'm sure a lot of you know the movie and the story of Alien, but just in case you don't know, it's really fascinating. Essentially, a group of salvagers were out in space, and they were in the middle of cryo sleep. And because it's the future, the ship automatically wakes them up because it receives a distress signal from this planet LV something something. And so they're told that instead of going back, I believe they're on their way back home from on their trip or wherever they're going to pick up cargo or whatever they were doing exactly. And yeah, the ship and the company that they work for decides that they need to go check this out. And it ends up being a crazy alien that is introduced at the time when this movie came out. It was really scary to people. It freaked them out. And the concept is really kind of spine-tingling, creepy, to where we can be implanted with something, and then the seed that's implanted within us uses our genetic makeup and our energy or whatever it's doing, forms another life form, and has that life form essentially burst out of the person, using the person as like a cocoon. And I mean, it even is kind of still to this day, no matter how much media and how much we've been desensitized, it is kind of still a creepy thought. And since Alien, chances are an alien is going to be so alien, it's very good chance that instead of stumbling upon a bipedal humanoid style alien like has become so popular within media, that our first alien contact may be out exploring and stumbling upon some sort of animalistic alien that is completely, in one of them, which one was it? Was it the first one? I think it was the first one. I think it was the robot Ash. He found the alien, the xenomorph is what they're called, which is basically, what does it stand for? It stands for, I think, just alien life form or something like that. So it's technically not like a name, even it's just a broad name that you can call like any alien. But that robot guy, Ash, finds them fascinating because they're like basically the perfect creature. And I won't spoil anything more. Just if you haven't somehow seen Alien, and I'm not as eloquent at remembering the lines, but what he says there is really interesting. Kind of just, I was like, yeah, that's an interesting philosophy. And so yeah, crazy aliens, scary aliens, happy aliens, nice aliens. And we got the ghosts that are really the same. Scary ghosts, angry ghosts, happy ghosts, playful, trickster ghosts. Yeah, I mean, this is a fascinating just journey humankind has embarked on, trying to uncover life after death, what really happens. So now, spirits, yeah, I let you warm up, hopefully, with this ghost box for a while. So I'm going to kick back. I think I'm going to maybe lay down this time. Just chill out. Take it easy for the next 10, 15 minutes. I don't know. Sometimes you get into it and you just don't even keep track of time and don't even realize. But yeah, for the next bit of time, spirits, let's try to talk. I'm weird, aren't I, spirits? What do you think of me?
you every.
Am I a weirdo, spirits? Or do you think I'm cool? Say weird or cool if you can, so I know for sure.
Way to do my
You know what I was just thinking? When I was stepped away, and I just randomly remember right now because I wanted to say it when I stepped back, was I haven't seen many, if any, light anomalies. I don't think I've seen one. Yeah, that's really interesting because I tend to have something happening. My room definitely isn't clean, spotless as well. So, I mean, even if I get up, sometimes that will. So I guess I'll see on playback if when I got up, because then you can almost guarantee that that's probably dust, but you just never know. I mean, hell, they may use the dust particles. Maybe there's some sort of static involved, static electricity, and they actually need the dust particles. We really don't know. And to arrogantly say one way or another that you do know is, I think, just really a poor choice as a whole of humanity to help further us throughout all our studies, spiritual, paranormal, scientific, mathematical. I mean, I really think people have to keep an open mind, especially with this stuff. And I mean, if my spirit friends or my human friends are comfortable saying to themselves or to other people that they feel that they have come to some sort of definitive conclusion, who am I to take that away from them? I just personally haven't, and I just don't see at this point how I could. And man, I chopped this thing apart so much over the last some years. I don't even know how long now it's been. I started in October of 14, I think. So yeah, no, it will be 3 years this October of just portraying this crazy paranormal experiment. And started off with just using just a normal webcam, then moved into essentially this. Really was just a webcam with me in the corner here, with nothing around me, and just one ghost box, and I think maybe my K2 meter. I'm pretty sure I had my K2 meter. It's hard to start to remember all that stuff now, but yeah, and it slowly grew into this really interesting. I like to call it an experiment because I can't. It's all just a theoretical experiment, and no matter the outcome of each session, it's really not going to help or hinder this whole research field in general. And that's why I think it's important that we keep in mind that just that kind of inward, like this really, I feel that no matter what, at the end of the day, it's really what you feel, your beliefs, and what you're comfortable with. And I was raised with so many different religions around me that I just don't dismiss or accept any of them. That's why I call myself agnostic. It's kind of that in the middle view of to where I don't say there is a God or the God just because I haven't found that God yet, but I also don't dismiss it and say there isn't, because I am somehow, and it feels like a natural progression, searching for that something, that nirvana, that heaven, that God, that I like to. I was raised around Buddhism and Christianity, and so I have kind of those two different views, and atheism, basically with my dad, and real scientific view, like real super scientific, to where he just scoffs at pretty much all that other stuff. And my mom's like the complete opposite spectrum. It's like super open-minded. So when I approached this, I really had the mix of both. But yeah, I've definitely become way more spiritual, over scientific, but I still have I still have that, I don't know, a need or gut feeling to just try to present this in somewhat of an organized, fashionable manner, explain what I'm doing, explain it to the viewers, explain it to the spirits, and try to keep it on a track and just not all over the place like a crazy, some place that's really crazy. And so, yeah. And this, I really do kind of miss these little parts. I don't know how much anybody watching likes or dislikes these parts right here when I'm just literally freestyling talking. Like, it's not like I do this when there's no cameras on me. This is the only time I'll ever do is when I'm in these sessions. But I have grown to really like these moments right here, to where it is kind of like I'm kicking back, just expressing my thoughts, and clearly not 100% unfiltered, but this is really pretty much me. I mean, I don't really cuss, so I mean, I can and do, but how I'm speaking right now is pretty much unfiltered. I try to stay away from certain topics, but I tend to not somehow veer into those strange ones anyway. So I hope my spirit friends and anybody watching this, anybody that's been friends with me this whole time, you know, I'm sorry that I've been out of contact. I really haven't talked to many people except a small handful, and yeah, I'm just trying to take a break and not show favorites. You know, it's awesome to be friends with everybody, but there's a ton of other people that just watch this that don't ever interact and all that stuff. And I at points have felt that it's kind of silly. Like, it feels a little too showmanship of like doing the whole shout out rundown. That's why I really tried not to even call them shout outs. And that's why I never tried to call my streams shows. I always tried to really purposefully use these words because they're from my heart, and that's what I define as what's going on to me. So yeah, I don't like the term show. To me, a show is more like a talk show or like discussing things. This is more just a research experimental live stream, or just an experiment that just happens to be broadcasted over this crazy thing we have today. All right, so now I'm gonna shut up. And yeah, spirits, am I crazy? Tell me if I'm crazy or not, please. That was weird. Can't even see the altar at all anymore. Spirits, what do you think of this little altar I have set up here? Oh, let's see the camera. What camera is this? See, that was an interesting one. Let me turn it down. That was an interesting one right there. It sounded like it felt. And I guess I had the second one on there. I have these two cameras. For some reason I thought the altar was being filmed on this one. All right, spirits, what do you... Here we go. I want to start talking about the stinking Mandela effect. Can you tell us what's going on with this? Where hundreds of, if not thousands, if not hundreds of thousands, if not millions of people are, am I still on camera with this? Are remembering certain events, certain fictional titles, certain phrases in movies. I have this camera on such a makeshift stand. I'm using a Gatorade bottle, the edge of the armrest of my chair. None of my cameras are mounted. Oh, actually, one is. That's right. The top left is mounted. All right. Mandela effect. Yeah, people are remembering it differently. So they're remembering, some people remember Mandela died in like the 80s in prison. Some people remember him, how the history books say him dying outside of prison after he got released. And there's a ton of other examples. Some people think it's just us remembering things wrong. That's showing how fallible our brains are. Some people think that we may have through the research of CERN and the Hadron Collider, this crazy particle accelerator, somehow destroyed our universe and was just moved to our everyone's consciousnesses were moved to the nearest universe, because in theoretical physics it's probably they're starting to feel there's infinite universes, and that the closer the universes are, the closer they are to ours, and there'll be small differences. And others feel that this may just be just something that just happens, that there is infinite universes, and instead of us moving into another one, that it's a bleed through of multiple universes bleed through into our universe, and we're just remembering things differently because we're having implanted memories from other universes bleed into ours. And that one, it may be, I really think the weird pseudoscience ones really kind of feel really interesting. Some people say it's Illuminati. Some people say that it's the secret societies showing they've screwed up, and we're starting to find out that everything is a lie, that this is some sort of crazy, who knows what, computer system, magical system or something, and that these are little glitches in the system that are showing people that reality is not what we think. What is the Mandela effect, my spirits? Go on for a minute about that. Let's talk about that, please. Can you tell me, is this Mandela effect real, or is it just a mess up in our brains? Is it real or just fake? What is it, spirits? I haven't used this spirit box in a freaking while. Trying to use these crazy radios, a weird experiment to where spirits, these energies, people think you're ghosts. I can't say for certain. I could just be sitting here talking to a completely empty room and not capturing anything whatsoever. I have noticed that there doesn't seem to be any light anomalies, which is really weird because I generally have something going on. So it's really super mellow in here. I don't know. I've heard the very beginning when I started with the Memorex ghost box. Yeah, there's some really interesting things. I felt like maybe you were interacting and getting some possible intelligent responses. So if you're a new energy, if there's some sort of gateway that's been opened and you're some sort of new energy around me, trying to experiment and figure this out with me, we think you can talk into these radios, these devices. If you're not aware of what they are, they were created to listen to people talk and sing over the air. And I can have this pick it up and put the sound through this speaker. It's basically a device that can talk and send out that music. And that's how we entertain ourselves. If you're from some older century or a different planet or dimension and you're not sure what the heck is actually going on with this crazy weirdo experimenting. So I can't tell you what the heck is going on, how it works. I tend to think it deals maybe more with emotion and not actually like you come over here and give it a high five or you fly through it or you charge up all your energy into this crazy static ball and release it. I really don't know. I tend to think it's more a conscious thing, so something that feels like emotion, I guess is the better way to put it. Like, it may not be technically emotion, but since you're not a physical entity anymore in theory, then you're not going to have much but memories and emotions and hopefully free will still. It's free thought, I guess, but I can only imagine the emotion is still there. And so, yeah. Do you know how you communicate into these things? Please let us know. Spirits, should I tamper with the old kind of, in today's look view, the wicked magic of the yesteryear, what we call the grimoires, the writings of old alchemical thoughts, Kabbalistic, ancient Judeo, the Kabbalah, what else do we have? Astrology, numerology. Essentially, these are all paths to gnosis. I have a deck of tarot cards right here. Tarot is supposedly, depending on who you talk to, but supposedly the idea, all the symbolism of every single card in a pack of any tarot, any oracle cards or whatever, are all philosophies that were taught to disciples and initiates into the mystery schools of ancient Egypt, and who knows what before then. I can only imagine, since the mystery schools have supposedly been around since ancient Egypt, why weren't they around in ancient Sumeria? They probably were, and probably go back even farther than that. I tend to think that all the deluge stories do possibly lean towards an advanced culture that was literally wiped off, no memory, and that we clearly have had amnesiatic moments, to quote Graham Hancock, in our past. The Dark Ages is a classic example of that. We went from knowing how to do a lot of crap to basically becoming barbarians that roll around in the mud for a long time, until the Renaissance was the rebirth of this information. And a lot of that rebirth came from the alchemical writings and the weird stuff. Supposedly, all the ancient Egyptian mystery schools are basically wrapped up in a nutshell and handed to the alchemists of the 17th century. And that has, and their work into the Kabbalah and everything else. Man, I'm missing like a really big one. Oh, Hermeticism. Yeah, Hermeticism. I've been really interested in that. Yeah, it has been all this stuff delivered to the Rosicrucians, supposedly. And then the Rosicrucians, maybe the Jesuits before the Rosicrucians, but I tend to think it's the Rosicrucians. That's what it looks like. I can't tell you for a fact. I'm not an expert. This is just kind of my own research into this. And then that knowledge spawned the different other crazy mystery schools, which we call now today secret societies, out from Rosicrucianism. And that's why that they say, the history books, the historians say, there is no proof that there was an actual Rosicrucian order at the time when there supposedly was that birth of it, when the first 3 manifestos came out and such. Because there is not really like a tracing place to this one. But even if there was or was not an original order of the mystery school that the idea created all the mystery schools we have today, all these secret societies, the Freemasons, the Shriners. There's tons of branches of all those. Then you have the Hermetic Order of the Golden Dawn, the OTO, the modern day Rosicrucians, the AMORC, and really the list goes on. And you can find traces and paths into Mormonism, into Catholicism, through the mystery school knowledge. It all really seems like one just great giant thing of hidden knowledge. And to sum it all up, it's gnosis, supposedly tarot, a pack of tarot cards. Every card is one of the lessons. It's you can, through the intuitive philosophy of Hermeticism and the Kabbalah, the Tree of Life, and any of these philosophies, yeah, you're supposedly being taught through tarot as well. The ancient mystery schools. And man, tarot is how I got all into this. Like I really, like I saw all the damn Freemasons or Satanists and Luciferians before getting into tarot, but I really didn't understand the scope and breadth of the esoteric world until I just randomly, which according to the esoteric world was basically meant to happen. So it's really freaking weird. But in the long run, I'm not a practitioner of any of this stuff. I'm just a fascinated researcher and uneducated scholar of a field, a broad field that other people have that in big names in our if you want to call them history books, history tends to be written by the victor, but however factual or not they are, there's a lot of big figures that were into this weird metaphysical world. So yeah, and that just really kind of has stuck with me since. And yeah, in the long run, I can't tell you what's really going on. I haven't practiced with grimoires, but I've read a lot. The closest to a grimoirian, if that's even a term, practice that I've tried is sigils. I've tampered with sigils because I became fascinated with them, actually finding out what they're really about, and instead of just thinking I know what they are from media, that there's like a cookbook of sigils and that you just get them off the internet and boom, you have a sigil. But to like actually learn like a hermetic view and ideology of what sigils are. And yes, and the idea for them is yes, symbols and symbols, images, and numbers rule the world rule reality and existence more than man himself. So spirits, what do you think about that? I'm gonna pull a random tarot card, all that esoteric talk. What do you think of the esoteric schools, the Freemasons, the Hermetic Order of the Golden Dawn, and so on and so forth, the Rosicrucians? What do you think about these esoteric schools of philosophy and knowledge that they say is just ancient mystical wisdom? Others say it's satanic Luciferian practices, heresy at its greatest. What do you think of this? I'm in the middle. I don't have really an opinion other than I find them fascinating. Okay, right, my spirit friends. What do you think about this? Let's try to get a crazy response out of Spirit Box while I randomly draw a tarot card. Really quiet. Oh, am I sweeping? Yeah, it's sweeping.
7.3.
That was a different radio hit. I was left-handed. If you're interested in tarot, I recommend doing it with your non-dominant hand to randomly draw cards. That's what the crazy esoteric people will tell you, which I'm apparently one of them now. Whoa, that was right as I pulled it away. It said something really interesting. Great. Spirits, did I shut you up or something? Because this box, even if it was radio or not, especially when I stepped away for those few minutes and I was just letting it play in the other microphone, it was going like a pretty decent amount right there. It was a really quiet sweep through the bands. That was really interesting. Please tell me what you think about these esoteric schools of wisdom. Will they doom you to the depths, the fiery lakes of hell, the fire, or is it another way to quote unquote God? Yeah, I truly believe that G in Freemasonry, they'll tell you it stands for the Grand Architect, or geometry even, but I really think it just stands for gnosis, simple and plain, and beautiful and elegant, like their weird path to enlightenment through that. You don't need the church, but ironically, you need their system of work, because it supposedly is only meant to be taught to certain individuals. Coincidentally, these certain individuals only have the money to pay for it. So that just shows you how shite and the institutions actually are, that they are no different than what the Gnostic ideology really is, because that's basically what they are. It's like, if you should have it for free. And the Rosicrucians do that. You can go to any Rosicrucian website, the main ones, and they have like all their works, pretty much all of them. They even have Aleister Crowley stuff for you out there that are into the dark stuff. I pretty much think they have all the works. So, and all these things are what the Masons have as well, besides their own personal teachings and stuff, because clearly they all have their own separate things, or they wouldn't be special certain ones. But yeah, in a nutshell, I really do think it's all of them, all these secret societies, they're searching for gnosis. Now, a lot of them are just old boys clubs too, where it's a place to network and hang out and smoke cigars and drink and cheat on your wife or whatever. But there is a good chunk of them, and pretty much all of these lodges contain this information. And if they're not physically giving them this information through books and through like a seminar that says, hey, this is how you astral travel, they teach the philosophy the same way tarot teaches it, is it's taught through allegory and symbolism, and that you, no matter what, you could be the most adept esoteric researcher or scholar in the world, but the universe reveals this to you as well. So there's this weird interplay of coincidence and not coincidences, however you want to term it, that, oh, it's so strange. Here, I got the Four of Cups, right? Oh, Knight of Cups. Yeah, so cups are all about water. They're about like the female, the sensual, love, movement. Trying to think of the seasons they're tied. Man, I haven't done a lot of tarot, but I still find that I still remember the decent amount. But knights are all about messengers. Like the knight is bringing some sort of love. So this may indicate, if you're a believer in tarot, that the Knight of Cups is some sort of bringer of the energy of love. So that's really interesting, because I do not want anything to do. Well, stay away from that crud. That freaking 10-foot pole. Whatever the stupid term is. So I get kind of goofy at this point in. I've been streaming since 8 o'clock my time. It is, what time is it? 10:57. So yeah, almost 3 hours into this, just moving around, doing random things. Yeah, spirits. The esoteric world. Tell me about it. Is it gnosis? Can you repeat the word gnosis through a ghost box to tell us if that's like the grand destination, the grand idea, the grand theme of every secret society? Because it really just is.
You up with
Or straight.
All right, so and see, I wanted to make a video on this, and I haven't wanted to like actually edit and take the time to do it. But so yeah, so essentially, there's gnosis. Gnosis is just the philosophy of finding God, nirvana, spirituality, whatever hokey or deep down spine tingly term you want to use. Gnosis is really just that, and these schools teach all of that. But where it gets crazy is that there has been branches of Gnostic people that at the time did not call themselves Gnostic, truly believe that the serpent in the Garden of Eden is our God and that freed us. And through the way myths and legends have come to be to modern day, Lucifer and Satan is tied into that snake. So because of that, since these people, there are people that truly believe this. Is he Lucifer? Is he Satan? Is he some higher God than what they think modern religion has mistaken as essentially a demiurge? And that's what they taught. That's what they call the big G God. And yeah, so yes, I can easily see how, yes, that's heretic, but it's heretic because that's the way everything has been taught to us. And if you weren't aware, or at least like me, not influenced by these major religious views your entire life. Like I had Buddhism, I had Christianity, and even Judaism in my life around me, but it was just like there. It was never pushed upon me. So, I mean, I think the closest I can say that is like before even first grade, so like kindergarten age, I went to not summer school, but Sunday school a handful of times, spending a summer down at my grandparents, and like it literally was like 2 or 3 times, and that was it. And I never had it pushed on me, so I just don't have these views to where, and because of that, I can really see how certain opinions on both sides really can become so slanted and just like against each other. And really, when you're, at least in my simplistic, humble opinion, it's really the same thing that they're looking for, the same thing that they believe is at the end. It's just there's different names and different paths for these things. But who are we to say that the one way is right and one way is wrong? It's really the same destination. It's our small little brains trying to wrap around and trying to figure out and define this. Like, just to be able to like think that, like, oh, okay, yeah, it seems simplistic, it seems like we're smart and so on, but that's still like we just can't fathom the actual truth. I really believe it's unfathomable, and maybe gnosis is a way to it. Now, is it? I don't know, but yeah, that's my opinion. So here, I wanted to read what the Four Cups is from the Arthur Edward Waite. Arthur Edward Waite is the original maker of the tarot system back in the early 1900s, modern day tarot system that we know today with all the classic pictures. And he had helped designing it with Pamela Coleman Smith, the original artist of all of those great works of art that has come burnt into, especially like the Death card and like the Hangman card in media. And yeah, so he was the creator of that. He was in these mystery schools. He was members of at least the Hermetic Order of the Golden Dawn, and I believe a couple other. I can't remember, but I believe, and I haven't studied him in a while, but I believe he left those, started his own, and created tarot. Tarot came out in the early 1900s. He was associated. I can't say he was friends with Aleister Crowley, but he was associated with him. Aleister Crowley was in the Hermetic Order of the Golden Dawn as well, and they both based their tarot cards off the secret tarot cards of the Hermetic Order of the Golden Dawn. And Aleister Crowley made his own deck based kind of off that earlier one, which was pips. There wasn't like a guy carrying 10 clubs, wands on his back. There was just 10 like symbols for that wand. And they even use like playing cards. Playing cards really, I think, derived from those symbols. Like the sword is spade, diamonds is pentacles, which are money, wand is fire, and that would have been, let's see, I think, oh, what is that? Diamond, heart. Oh, heart is cups. Cups is all about love. So, yeah, so I think the club is a sword because it kind of looks like a sword, and then the spade would be fire. It's one of the two, swap them around, but. So that's my weird tarot stuff. I'm not an expert at all, but I became interested in it, and it really opened my whole world up to researching what these mystery schools are all about, what these satanic Luciferian Freemasons are all about. I can't tell you one way or another. I know that there's Luciferian talk in Albert Pike's, one of the most famous Freemasons book, Morals and Dogma. All right, cups. Here we go. Queen of Cups, King of Cups. I had the Knight of Cups. Let's see what the author of the original modern day Western ceremonial magic tarot says. Knight of Cups, graceful but not warlike, riding quietly, wearing a winged helmet, referring to those higher graces of the imagination which sometimes characterize this card. He too is a dreamer, but the images of the side of the sense haunt him in his vision. Divinitary meaning. Arrival, approach, sometimes that of a messenger, advances, proposition, demeanor, invitation, incitement. If it's reversed, it's trickery, artifice, subtlety, swindling, duplicity, fraud. I don't read reversed, and reading reverse is actually apparently a more modern thing. Like they didn't read reverse tarot cards in the alchemical, hermetic, Rosicrucian days of the 17th century. So I don't either. It's like 78 more cards. You got definitions and it's not even definitions, because each freaking card upright has so many words and so many meanings and so many hidden symbolism. Spirit symbolism is life powered and revolved around symbols and pictures and numbers that if you master these things, you can control time and space itself. Is that how it works? Tell us what you think about that. Hello, anyone joining, by the way. I don't have the view numbers up. I have the chat box up, but just glance at it every once in a while. I'm not dealing with any malarkey, so there's no warnings and nothing. If you're here just to chill and experiment with me and talk, cool. Yeah, any sort of just negativity, just can move on. It's all good. But I hate using that term. It's all good. I gotta stop. That should be the last time I ever say that. It's not malarkey. I was gonna stop saying malarkey as well because it's not malarkey. It's butter. All right. So yes, spirits, please tell us what you think about all that. I got a cough. Sorry. Pardon me. Music is... Yeah, so again, just so I know, I'm gonna let it run a minute, just so you know and I know and everybody listening knows. I just ask again, do numbers, symbols, the astrological, the stars, the planets, do they really rule our everyday lives, or is it all just coincidence, or is it all in our head? Please let us know, spirits. We really would like to know something, anything, please. Thank you. I think I'm gonna jump back to that Memorex. Spirits, go on for another minute. But I'm gonna change back to that first one. I really just like the feel of the first one. It's a little less white and noisy as well. All right, that gives me a perfect opportunity to actually experiment with the classic EVP. And for anybody new checking it out, I was curious how I originally got into this all. I can pretty much trace it back to old Art Bell. You know, I've heard stories of ghosts. I've seen stories and photos of ghosts for a long, long time, clearly. But it was a long time ago. I used to own a trailer a long, long time ago. So I owned that trailer for 9 years. I'm trying to think back when this was exactly. I owned that trailer for 9 years, and I moved out of that trailer like 6 or 7 years ago. So it's at least 15 years ago, because it was around the first couple of years. So at least 15-esque years ago is when I remember listening to a random Art Bell. I wasn't like a dedicated listener, but I thought it was pretty interesting. That was at the time X-Files was out, you know, and I've never, like I said, I've just never been a believer nor disbeliever. I find this all so fascinating. And to me, there's clearly just so much information on the subject and so many just different people that have ideas and views that it's hard to just like say no freaking way. So, and through it, I've developed kind of my own belief system, but it's really fluid. And I can't say there's like a certain stance, but mine's really broad. That's why I use the term spirits, just like a broad. I could be talking to demons. I'm highly aware of it. I know that in certain circles, there are people that believe there are no spirits. They don't know what happens to the human consciousness when it dies. Maybe it goes to like a purgatory place. Maybe it goes to straight to heaven or hell. But on Earth itself, what we think are ghosts are actually all demons. And this can kind of be traced back to the old Greek days instead of with the daemon. And at that time, they weren't viewed as like a bad thing because they didn't have the same influences that we have today. So it's really interesting where you get into that kind of stuff. And I've heard people talk about Freemasonry is really just kind of a blend of that like Greek daemon view as well with Gnostic views and stuff. But they delve deep into they really harp on the King Solomon and then Solomon's temple and Hiram Abiff, the builder, and the symbolism tied into all that. And yeah, Hiram supposedly fell into a fire or something, or some spirit came to him. I can't remember. He's in a cabal. I think it was Cain's son or descendant of Cain, or maybe it's who gave birth to Cain. And so essentially, this really interesting documentary wrapped it up that that whole idea, the Freemasons forever, essentially all the grand architects and everything, they can do everything so fantastical because they have this demon genetic side to them, because supposedly Cain and Abel were birthed by two separate fathers. One was good and one was bad. And yeah, Cain, being the bad one, was the first murderer. And so, yeah, it's really interesting stuff. And that depends on who you talk to, where you go. And, you know, they're really all about disinformation as well. They blatantly say they teach, no matter what mystery school you're talking about, that they teach the lower initiates intentionally incorrect stuff. So I really think there are higher up secrets out there, but I don't know for certain. All right, so I'm going to swap to that Memorex real quick. I'm going to take I need a 3-minute or so break. So if you're curious what ghost box that was, and you're just joining right now, this was the COS PP21. It is a hackable portable radio from, I believe, the 90s. You used to see these suckers being rocked on people's arms as they're running, doing their jogging and stuff. There, I guess you see a little bit of there. And yeah, does it work? I don't know. I didn't seem to hear quite what I was hearing out of this Memorex, so that's why I'm kind of feeling. I've had some really interesting sessions with this. I think this is this is actually one of the few ghost boxes where I attempted to write down every question and every possible intelligent response that I thought I heard at that time. And it's like 3 or 4 pages double-sided. So whatever that is, like 6 to 8 pages. And I tried to write small. It is a crap ton. And I'm pretty sure I did that on that. That was back when I was more naive, and I only had maybe 20 sessions under my belt, if that. But I'm still naive. I don't know what the hell's going on, but it's just really interesting to reflect and back on those old times, and to see videos now. It's really, especially on certain videos that I made on certain months where I had a lot of stuff going in my, especially if it was like, I don't know, I don't want to get into it, but it's really interesting to look at some of the videos I made, because it's almost like it was made by a different person, and it's almost like I can watch that video like a new person would watch somebody else's. It's really weird. I can't explain that phenomena, but I've heard other people talk about that as well, so I know I'm not the only one. All right, so that was with the COS PP21, you have to hack this one. Everything's in reverse, so I do everything backwards accidentally. You actually have to hack this one. It is not on the market. It's an older one, but the one, you have to hold down the sweep button with the potato chip clip. Now, the one we're going to go back to is the Memorex MB221, and this is called the 2 Extreme as well. You can buy this currently on the market. It is a hackable, sweepable. You have to hack it to remove the beeping feedback when you sweep the radio. But other than that, you do not need any chip clip. You don't need to hack another wire to enable the sweep mode to continue without you pressing down the button. You only have to hack the one wire to eliminate the beep, and thus you're able to have pretty much a ghost box just like the PSB7 for half the price, basically. I believe it's $30 new, maybe $40. And if they're not still on the market, I got mine through Amazon. If you don't find it on Amazon, I can imagine you can find it on eBay, but just be warned. I haven't looked at an eBay posting in months and months and months, but if you want one that's already hacked, they will charge you a lot more. Like, they'll easily charge you $60, $70 for a hacked version of a ghost box that you can buy brand new for half the price and just open it up and clip a wire. So just be aware of that if you're in the market for ghost box hunting. So yeah, I'm going to swap this to the other microphone, and I'm going to just step away. Hello, greetings, anyone that's joining right now. Hope you guys are having a good night. Where we at? It's just about 11:13 p.m. my time. I am in the Mountain Standard Time, so that means people in the West Coast are an hour behind me, and the people in the East Coast are now celebrating their Tuesdays. Well, not really celebrating, but sleeping, waking up to their Tuesdays, or in the middle of their sleep on Tuesday morning. So yeah, I've had a decent week. This is the end of my week. I wanted to have a ghost box session, and it's been a while. It's been a while since I did a long session like this. I'm at 3 hours and 15 minutes approximately, I think. And yeah, just every once in a while I gotta step away, use bathroom, stretch, take a sip of water, and fix my nicotine fix. I keep saying fix my nicotine fix. Talk about redundant. And so yeah, thank you for joining me in our weird exploration. Again, if you're new, if you've seen if you're either joining me now or if you're new, and you've seen other infrared ones, I've not had really any, at least that I've noticed, any light anomalies, which is really interesting because I tend to at least have a few. And I thought with this being an altar, a makeshift altar for my ghost boxes, that maybe it might attract this energy, because it seems like, I can't say for certain, but it seems like some energies either remember how to do it or are more comfortable how to do it, or just flat out know how to do it, or they can interact and think just like us. And it's like, oh, he's picking up a ghost box again, let's go do it. I don't know one way or another. That's an experiment. That's why on my about page, I have it real simple on my YouTube. I upload paranormal / occult and weird videos. I am not an expert on anything. I am an experimenter, and that's why I'm in the middle. I just experiment. You decide. You think it's BS? Cool. That's perfectly fine. You think it's 100% legit, and every word that comes out of the ghost box is 100% spirit? That's perfectly fine too. There is no wrong or right way to experiment or accept this stuff. Really, the only time it's wrong is when you're hurting other individuals or trying to impose your beliefs onto somebody that doesn't necessarily view it, or just in general, imposing beliefs. I really don't like to impose beliefs. That's why I kind of just state my beliefs and just say, hey, you believe what you want. Yeah, I think that's one of the greatest, for good or bad, for being ruled by satanic reptilian people or not, Luciferian Illuminati or not, we still apparently, seemingly have free thought and this crazy way that we can talk to each other and communicate, and weird supernatural stuff is more accepted more than ever. And like I said, I mean, there's big names in science, in history, in politics that were into spiritual exploration or esoteric knowledge, or trying to straight up speak or communicate with whatever these unseen energies or forces or entities are. And it's fascinating. And I just don't shut out any. I don't accept any, and I don't shut out any. I'm cruising down the middle, just kind of looking out the left side, looking down the right side, nodding. Yeah, cool. That's me. So yeah, step away for a few minutes. I tend to get really goofy after like 3 hours in. So yeah, if this goes 8, which it really shouldn't, maybe an hour or 2 more, but I'm really comfortable right now. It feels real good. My only complaint is I wish it was a little cooler in here, but maybe, hey, maybe that's the fires of hell tickling at my rear right now, and I really don't think so. It was a hot day, and I live in a giant metal freaking box, so yeah, it tends to be warm no matter what, since I don't have direct access to the actual nice AC. All right, so again, this is the Memorex MB221 sweepable. Out of the box. You don't have to hack the sweep. You just have to open it up and hack the yellow, I believe it's yellow wire to eliminate the beeping noise. And so I'm going to be sweeping on FM. I swept the majority on AM earlier. So I want to do FM now, sweeping in reverse, which is backwards. Imagine a dial just going backwards on an old school radio. That's what's going on here. It's just going through the dials really quick, through the bands, through the channels. Like here, I'll try to show display. I can't really display because you can't see it, but I'll try to verbally express how fast it's going. I'm just going to count down because it's 103, 102, 101, 101, 99, 98, 97, 96, 95, 94, 93, 92, 91, 90. That's how fast it's sweeping through. And it's a default. That's a big difference with the PSP7 and any of these. That's another reason why the PSP7 is a little pricey, is it has a sweep rate adjustment, so you can go fast or slow. Some people tend to think fast is the best. It eliminates the possibility of actual contamination or radio waves. Some people think you need the radio waves and the spirits manipulate them. I can't tell you one way or another, but I do like to talk about this stuff, evidently, because I've been jibber-jabbing my little fanny off for the last 3 hours about it. Whew. I've also been wanting to make a ton of videos, and I haven't had the time just to make, if you've seen any of my paranormal legends, just to make a 7-minute, 8-minute video can easily take all day long, if not a couple days, and I work 40 plus hours a week, plus it's a physical job. I can't get away from physical jobs. At least it's not as physical as my one before, thankfully, but it's almost like a walk in the park in comparison. But yeah, I mean, it's keeping me fit. So I'm tired, long story short, when I get on my weekends and my days off. And so yeah, so all that said, I'm gonna step away a few minutes. I'll be back. We're gonna do some more questions through the spirit box. I'm gonna let the spirit box run for a little bit. Then I'm gonna do some EVP. I've wanted to do more EVP, but I keep forgetting. I've only done one burst EVP session, so I'm definitely going to be doing that. I have to find my flashlight. All right, I'm gonna swap over to the other microphone. So you guys are just gonna get straight ghost box, and it's a better quality microphone, so it's gonna sound a lot better. All right, so feel free to interact with this. I mean, it's really no different than any ghost box that you buy that's an application or a radio. I mean, I'm sweeping the radio. So if you were in the same town as me and you had the same ghost box, you'd be hearing the same stuff in theory. So I really believe it's just the interaction that opens up this gateway, and that this source can be anything, anywhere. It's a lot of long stories. Maybe I'll get into it when I get back. But I'm pretty much not convinced, but I really feel that's where I'm developing my theory. It's all theoretical, just like theoretical physics are all theoretical. That's why I hate it when theoretical physics spout their theories as fact, because why are you a theoretical physics? You need to really reinforce how theoretical these ideas are instead of stating them like facts. All right, so yeah, let me swap mics. I'll be right back, guys. Thanks for joining. Thank you. Anyone that are here, cool. I hope you guys having a good one. Maybe take a break, have a smoke, get a drink, or just chill and try to interact with this ghost box for 5 minutes or so. Maybe a few more minutes more, but shouldn't be more than 5 tops. So here we go, spirits. Try to communicate with anybody watching if you can. They may ask you things. Try to bridge that gap of space and time and blow their minds. All right, here we go. I'm gonna change mics.
What's up? You can't get whole suit. Troy for about it. Sushi. And maybe it. Check. Casino. This is must be 20 feet. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, we can have to. And some. Produce. Hero. Here, TC. Free fun. Here, I didn't realize. Visit Edgewood. Thank you. That's your help. No one. Yeah. What? Special offers. There's 3. You're a victim. included. You have here. There's just
Like a light.
to find out. Drink. Ever. Yeah. 20 seconds.
Yeah.
You get.
Those
Elbow. Come.
I just heard it sit back right as I sat down.
Bubble. 1-800. Yeah. Gonna talk about.
I just thought I heard a female say my name, Rusty. Thank you.
Security. Yeah. There's no problem. To the
Test. Yeah, thank you for the discussions in chat, by the way. I completely am open to any interesting, strange, and weird, and just whatever topics people want to talk about, as long as they can discuss it, like we should be able to, especially since the time that we live in, to where we can freely talk about this stuff pretty much. Like, some really interesting stuff. But going into what I saw, Poke Runyon. Yes, I watched multiple times, at least 2 or 3 times. The big one on YouTube, that's like a longer documentary, to where it's going all into the angel magic, the ceremonial, Western ceremonial magic, and the angelic magic, really trying to call forth the angels. Yeah, that is so interesting. And all this stuff, all this modern, new age, hokey or not hokey, depending on how you look at it, comes from the Renaissance. And the Renaissance claims that it gained its information through some underground stream that at one point was the Knight Templars had it, and that other groups had it, Babylonian mystery schools, the Greeks, and all the way back to the Egyptians. When we talk about all sorts of crazy stuff, and I feel that if it if there is a heritage and it goes back at least that far, that it probably goes back farther. And I'm one of the weirdos that I will not call it Atlantis, but it just makes sense that even if you look at it pretty scientific, as scientific as I can, I mean, through what geologists and oceanographers and so on and so forth have told us about the ice ages and the flooding that occurs around coastal areas, and especially way back in the day, you would think that the majority of humans would be around coastal lines. And just to share, I think one of the more accepted ideas is that the sea level at one point was 300 feet, which I'm not sure for everyone else in the world what that is in meters. But to us, you can picture a 30-story building, because we're always kind of taught that a story in a building, like a skyscraper, is approximately 10 feet, give or take. So that's just kind of a good way to visualize height, is the height of a 30-story building. So is that technically a skyscraper? I'm not sure. That's pretty tall, though. I mean, that's really freaking tall. And so, yeah, it just kind of makes sense that there was chunks of land engulfed in water in the deluge, and that we may have lost large, very important periods of our life to where we may have gone a different route technologically and spiritually, and may have even been more evolved, for lack of a better term, than we are now. And that the remnants, all these old religious views were all these different texts and stories and myths and legends talk about people that either came from the stars or came from far off lands and were advanced and taught different groups of people the different disciplines that we now know today, that people spend their entire lives trying to pay off the debt for them to attain what we believe is now, especially in America, the American dream, to where you can't be happy unless you're gone to college, graduated some high degree, become successful, own a lot of money, have a nice car, a nice family. You cannot be happy unless you have these things. And I think that's another I've always kind of had more of a, if you don't know me, basically a good way to kind of view my beliefs is, if you know what agnostic is, and yeah, I'm pretty much kind of an agnostic, which is kind of like a Buddhist in some degree, kind of more to the universe is like a God, like the universal consciousness. I can't say for certain, I don't really have a belief, it's just that's mine tends to fall into that, which is more of the line of the heretical mystery school philosophy anyway, because the mystery school just teaches all that stuff. Anyway, the reason I got into that stuff was, not only was my mom a Buddhist when she was impregnated with me with my atheist dad, because they're hippies in the 60s, and she was even married in a pink like Buddhist old Asian style, I can't remember what the hell they call those things, but yeah, there's like photos of that. So that stuff wasn't like blatantly pushed on me. So my parents always thought, my dad was raised Christian, my mom was raised Catholic. My mom became a Buddhist, my dad became an atheist. And so they just decided they're going to let us, me and my sis, choose a religion if we so choose. And so that's probably how I got propelled into this weird thing that I'm in now. All right, so we're going to get back to ghost boxing. I want to do EVP session. Let me grab that. Let's do a quick EVP session while it's kind of quiet. Yeah, that Poke Runyon, really interesting. What is he? I think he's a cultural anthropologist. He's got like a bunch of letters at the back of his name, written books, and studied all sorts of crazy stuff, and later became a practitioner of Western ceremonial magic. And yeah, scrying. I remember that scrying section in that video, to where they talk about the ways that you scry and what will happen, and looking at them. And man, I could see how people can just see that as so freaking hokey. But the interesting, crazy thing, because it's pretty crazy, is that there are people in power, people that have been in power, and that truly believe in this stuff. It doesn't matter if this stuff is real or not. What matters is that they believe it. That's really the most important part of it all. And so, yeah, maybe it's like I remember when I was a kid, I remember playing SOCOM on the PlayStation 2 when it first came out, and this hacking started to become really prevalent. And so I learned how to hack, how they were doing it so we could combat them. And I was able to use other cheats to figure out where they were in the walls or whatever. And so, hey, maybe that's a way. Maybe that's why I'm developing into this, is like, if Gnosticism, if Gnosis in general is Lucifer, is Satan, that is the end point. So if you're a practitioner or a researcher or a lover of the philosophy, then you're doomed to hell, essentially. Yeah, I can't say it one way or another. Crap, I totally lost the point of that one. That one flew away. It had something to do with poke running and all that stuff. Yeah, I mean, I've seen all sorts of interesting on that. It's very fascinating. I'm really into it. One can argue that my entire trek into the esoteric world was done like the way the esoteric people say, like that it's will come to you instead of you purposely going out and looking for things. And that's really how like so much of my knowledge and wherewithal and just route that I've taken into the esoteric world of studying Western ceremonial magic and others. It's just really the mystical teachings of the world is really the best way to look at it all. So it's like, that's why there's just so many different branches, because it's just like religions. It's just so many different views. All right, so yeah, we're going to do a quick burst EVP session. I want to put this on the table this time. And I want to plug in a couple AAAs into my laser grid, because back in the day when I was like first getting into this, I was buying all the stuff you see on TV, and I found the laser grid that you see on TV all cheap. I'm not exactly sure if they all use these pins. I know that more of the small-time researchers do, but I can only imagine the larger production value ones can actually buy like some sort of like DJ party laser grid system. But yeah, how the hell do you put this one in again? I want to fire that up too. How am I supposed to put it in? Don't you show me? Oh, spring. I want to see what this looks like on this. Can you see? Oh, point at myself. Turns off the IR. That's awesome. Huh. That's so sick. All right, spirits. Check this out. This is a laser grid. Let's see if maybe I can shine it on this thing. Can you see it on? Man, I can really see it on this surface, but you can't really see it at all. Where else can I maybe put it back here? Can you see it anywhere? It's really faint. Interesting. All right, so I'm not going to do that because you can't really see it, so it doesn't matter. All right, I'm going to do an EVP experiment now. Let me turn off that. So this time I mentioned at the very beginning that I wanted to do the classic ask a question, wait in between, and but I also want to try this time a second way, to where I ask a question and then I press record and let it go for 10-15 seconds and not say anything within the actual the EVP recording itself, the hope to capture EVP in the recording. Most likely it's just going to be white noise, because I really feel like if you, it could just be all in our heads, but it seems like ghost boxes are easier for these energies. So I don't know why. Sometimes I'm just not lucky. All right, Spirit, so I'm going to ask a question. I want you to tell me about yourself. Tell me, are you angry? Are you happy? Are you dead? Are you Satan? Are you a leprechaun? Are you the chupacabra in disguise? Are you a guardian angel? Are you a time traveler? Are you interdimensional, extra-dimensional, extraterrestrial, illuminated, whatever you want to term it, whatever you are? I just tend not to label it. That's what I say, spirit. So my spirit friends, try to talk into this. Tell me anything you can about how you feel, or just say anything you want. Do you hate me? Do you love me? Do you anything you want to say to a family member? Anything. So I'm gonna set it down, press record, and not say anything for, I don't know, 15 seconds, maybe 30 seconds. All right, as soon as I lay back, as soon as I move away, it's recording. All right, mark that. I just had to click the mouse a bunch of times. I doubt it picked it up, but I just want to mark that because I accidentally put my head on it and almost like shut down the stream. I forgot it was back there. Keep going, spirits. I'm just going to go back. We're going to let it go another 15, 30 seconds. All right, end the session. All right, let's see. Take a sip of water real quick. This is an interesting one. This is actually a phone that I find it has a really unique, not only sound, but just, I don't know what, the speaker sounds interesting. And the microphone, whatever version this is actually, I had to order this from China or Japan. And it's an older phone. It's not hooked up at all. It literally has all these bells and whistles. It's kind of like the Blueberry. Was that it? The Blueberry? Whatever that. The one with the giant freaking keypad on the bottom, but it's not a touchscreen. It's like almost half the screen. It's exactly what it looks like. So I find it really interesting for trying to capture EVP. I have a silver Olympus W20 or something like that. And I couldn't find it. I found the case for it. Couldn't freaking find it. So I don't know where it is. Thought it was in my little gear backpack, but it wasn't there. I was thinking of taking it to work a few months back, and I remember seeing it then, but that was like 3 or 4 months ago. So, all right. I was like, the last time I think I saw it. All right, here we go. See if I capture anything. Hopefully it doesn't pick up the clicking. I don't think it will because it was behind my leg and stuff, but I just still wanted to state it. So you really should if you're trying to take it somewhat serious. Oh, crap. Hold on. Crap, I may not have recorded it. All right, here, we're just gonna do another one. I'm gonna ask blah, 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 and here, I'll just put it up here, like right there. It's far enough away. I hate when that happens. All right, spirits. Try to tell me anything. Do you hate me? Do you love me? Do you have something important you want? Like, I don't care about me. Don't even worry about me. Tell me anything you want to tell me, please, anything. I don't know why I said me, but just please, go ahead. All right, here we go. End session, end session, end session. I said it 3 times just in case. All right, here we go. All right. Yes, 50 seconds. I got it. I hate when that happens. All right, here we go. Let's see if we can catch anything. This is only the second attempt of EVP tonight. Well, it's like third or fourth now since I screwed up at least once. But yeah, it'd be interesting to see if we catch anything. And also, the majority of my EVP experiments I do it the classic televised way, to where you hit record. It's warm in here. You hit record, then you ask a series of questions and wait in between the questions. So it's a 3-minute, 8-minute, however long clip of you asking a question, gap of air. You asking a question, gap of air. And yeah, the big thing is you're talking to them. You're adding contamination somehow. Who knows how this is happening? Maybe EVP is just picking up reverb, echoes. Who knows? We don't know. But yeah, to not say anything within the recording, I think is an interesting way as well. So there's kind of like two ways to experiment with EVP. And you don't really see the second way as much. You always see the classic, just like always, Ghost Adventures, Ghost Hunters, blah, 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 blah. There's more than one way to do it all. There's infinite ways. There's ways we haven't even imagined yet. So it's just, we have so much in our minds and life. And yes, this is kind of an embarrassing thing to do. Nobody in my real life knows about this. Nobody. One guy at work. He doesn't speak much English. He's the only other guy I really work with. We have a couple other people, but I never interact with them because they don't speak much English either. And yeah, we all just do our jobs. And he's the only one I've ever like showed a clip to in real life. Nobody, I've never told anybody at the grocery store, at the gas station, like, yeah, I'm a paranormal investigator, because I don't even use that term, because I kind of don't like the romanticized television of that term. I term myself like a paranormal researcher. I think that's, for me at least, more comfortable. Like, it's kind of embarrassing for me to say paranormal investigator, but to each their own. It's just, when I hear the term, I see Zach, I see Jason, I see Zach saying, dude, run. I see Jason getting mad at Brian for losing the camera. So it's like, that's what every time I hear ghost investigator or paranormal investigator, I think that I cannot shake that. So that's why I don't use that myself, because I refer to myself as a researcher, because I really don't know. I'm just an experiment. All right, so I'm going to shut the hell up and play this. Nada. In session. I do not hear nada. All right, sweet. Let's go back to the ghost box then. While I do some things behind the scenes, spirits, tell us what you think about all this stuff. Please, I just want to let you talk for a minute. Turn that off. Please enlighten us. I just want to sit back and listen. I've been trying to catch any sort of light anomaly at all, which I generally capture something, but nothing has been occurring. So yeah, I'm just gonna kick back. Hello. Is it sweeping? Oh, that's not on. I'm gonna sip on some water. I'm far enough into the stream. I'm gonna smoke a cigarette on air. I tend not to. Oh, it kind of sounds like somebody. I try not to smoke on air because it's not good. At least that's kind of my view. To each their own. But yeah, let's just kick back. See if I'm gonna just be really mellow and not do anything. Just see if anything happens for a little bit, not too long. Just end it. The ghost box says some interesting crap, so let me change my.
What happened? Okay. Awareness. I would.
Your point. My goal. Join. In the morning.
Sport.
Today we're gonna. We're gonna spit. The day. Present. You. Three. Think. Proton.
Is maybe putting the see.
Hey, I just heard it say heaven, like really weird sounding. It was like heaven. That was a really weird one. That did not sound like radio.
Where they
Did they ever? Whoa. Tenemos todo. Sure. They're representing. For just 4 hours. Well, there's thanks for coming. So you have to. Good thing. Three.
even yeah.
The kids do that.
And
Huh. Dude, this I'm so surprised I did not think of this prior. It's so slick to have the ghost box over there, listen to it or whatever, have it on a different microphone, and then I can switch between and talk about. I've been hearing some really interesting things. I can't remember what that last one was, but I've heard a handful of really interesting things, and yeah, I thought I heard my real name too. That was really interesting. Sorry, let's go back to the ghost box. Oh yeah, this is I have none of my cameras are attached except one, and I thought it'd be kind of cool to have like one kind of mobile camera from time to time, like look at crap, look at the ceiling. Don't really get to look at the ceiling too much because there's really not much to look at. But all right, so back to the ghost box. I just want to listen to it for a few minutes while I take a little break and sip on some water. And yeah, we're going for a little bit more. This is really interesting. This has been a really interesting session. I feel really refreshed to like swapping it up and doing it completely different because I'm always at that damn desk, and so now I'm like on the opposite side that you guys like never really see. So it's kind of weird. It's been yeah. All right, back to Ghostbusters.
Relationship.
Another
There you've seen.
and your
If you believe. Three.
Oh yeah, the only downside is I can't swap between fast. All right, sweet. Nah, it's sounding all crazy. I'm gonna start asking some questions. Just kick back. All right, spirits. How you doing, my spirit friends? Do we have some new individuals around us? If so, can I please try to hear your name through this device? If you're new and you don't know what the heck's going on with this weirdo filming himself at 4 different angles, well, really technically 3 because one's kind of looking at the ghost box altar of doom. Yeah, I'm trying to speak with whatever you are using a weird device that has become popular called the ghost box or the spirit box. I think you can talk into this device somehow, put your emotions into it, tell me things. I don't know. I can't say for certain, but I'm fascinated with it, clearly, because I have, I don't know, at least 1,000 hours now of video footage of this crud. So, yeah, it keeps going. I don't do it as frequently, but from time to time, hop on, do one. And yeah, I was feeling the urge today, so ghost box session. Let's get some names. Again, my name is Rusty. It's nice to meet you. Hello, anybody watching in chat right now, and we're watching live. Hello, people in the future. Hello, skeptics. Hello, mean people. Hello, anybody and everybody. Just kick back, relax. It's late night. Don't need to get all tense. Anyway, yes, the spirits. Can we get the names of individuals earlier, way earlier, near the beginning? I thought I heard a Joel, maybe like a Pete. Let's see. Do we have anybody else? And is Aubrey around maybe? Let's see, please, my spirit friends. Try to tell us some names into this box for the next minute or two. Go ahead. I heard an interesting test. Like they were testing it out. I mean, I wonder if it's... We're just sounding less talkative. Life. Okay. Tell us your name if you can. Or you could just say anything. You don't have to say what I ask you, but I'd like to try to know who we're talking with, if we're talking with.
Okay.
This is past.
Amount.
That's like my name. Hosty.
Serving the.
Gainer.
Xena? Is that a female Xena or something? Xena? Let's start off with simple ones, and I might get all weird. Where do you come from? What city were you born in? What was your favorite city? Any of them? Or just tell me a city. Where are you from?
Sometimes there. Who will you? To know as
You know what's interesting is I haven't caught a lot of blah blah blah. I haven't caught a lot of light anomalies tonight. I noticed a couple when I was moving the handheld, for lack of a better term, and yeah, that's easily chalked up to dust because the cameras are a little dusty. But other than that, I really haven't seen much. Generally, there's something random flying around, and that's when I'm imaging that classic view where it's kind of like the back of me, and I've seen like a lot of interesting anomalies on that, and I don't think I've seen one tonight, except for I remember catching a little bit when I was moving that. What was that, bottom left on your screen? Yeah, bottom left. And yeah, well, 3, I guess. Camera 3, technically. I can swap them to full screen. I've done it a couple times, but yeah, I got to get up to that. So
to generate destruction.
I haven't done quite what I wanted to do tonight. I got too into the ghost boxing. I wanted to like maybe play video games or surf the web. Now I'm just really lazy. 4 hours in. Can you tell me the name of anybody watching right now? Let's freak them out. Let's creep them out. Let's send shivers down their spine, my spirit friends. Say some names of folks that are watching around the world. Tell them a message too if you want.
Maybe
Please, go ahead.
that's to help. Credit card.
Credit card. Clearly radio. Yeah, this is the Memorex MB221 hackable, sweepable radio you can buy off the market. Currently, still possibly. I'm guessing it is. I haven't really looked in a while, but yeah, anybody can get this. It's a lot cheaper than the PSP7. You just have to open it up, clip a wire, and you're ready to go. And there's videos on it. I highly recommend BKP Paranormal. That's just 3 letters, BKP Paranormal. He has a video on how to hack the Memorex MB221, and it's perfect. It's perfect video for how to do it. So if you're curious, if you want to get one and you want to know how to hack it, there you go. Like 30 or 40 bucks on Amazon. Now yours may sound different to mine because of the speaker will have an impact on the sound coming out of it. If you're curious which one I'm using the JBL Flip. Purchased at my local Target. I think it was like 50 bucks. It's not super expensive, but it is kind of expensive because you can get like a ton of portable radios these days for like 10, 15, 20 bucks. But I like it, but it has somewhat of a richer sound, so it sounds a little more bassy than say a cheap like drugstore one. Plus it's Bluetooth and got a little wire, so that's kind of nice. All right, Spirits, do you have some sort of message that you need to tell anybody watching? Any sort of spiritual guidance or message you want to maybe tell to a loved one? I know it's really slim, but you might have a loved one watching right now or in the future. or 1,000 years from now, because if this digital age exists, my crazy weird fascination will continue to live on in infamy for theoretically ever. So especially if they keep figuring out ways to protect the data, which is probably inevitable to make an unbreakable safe that can forever store data. Will the YouTube servers find their way to it? Maybe, maybe not, I don't know. But there's always a possibility. So if you have a message you want to tell anyone, go ahead, please. Use this as a podium. They may be listening. Go ahead, please. It's like my name record. Say anything, guys.
Jesus.
Really interesting. I heard some really interesting stuff in that. I don't like. I'll comment and say and repeat or something I say a lot, but I don't repeat the majority of stuff I hear because I just am not certain of it. But I thought I heard some really interesting things. I want to take a quick tarot break and just throw a random tarot card out and ask what energies are with. I'm really surprised I can remember these crazy maniacs as much as I can. All right, so maybe move over here. Alrighty. I think I'm just going to do like this. What kind of energies are we talking with today, spirits? I like to just say what I think I know about the card and then read from the book, so it won't take long, just a minute or two. All right, top card. 9 of Cups. That's interesting. I got 2 cups in a row. Again, cups, water, love, emotion, feminine side, that kind of caring. Also movement. Yeah, 9 of Cups shows a dude standing in front of 9 cups with a big old stinking grin. So the energies about the 9 of Cups is contentment, happiness, job well done, the fruits of your labor, essentially being satisfied. So here, let's see what the book says. Again, this is from Arthur Edward Waite, the original author of modern day. Him and Pamela Coleman Smith helped create what we know, what we've seen all over the universe from tarot cards that have been branched. Tarot was out before them, long before them, but there were secret systems. It wasn't until the early 1900s that Arthur Edward Waite released the first tarot into America, I should say. It's been played as a game and also used as divination techniques in France, Italy, for long before it came to America. So this is the Americanized version, the Western ceremonial magic, essentially. All right, so what was it, 9 of Cups? Let's just read real quick where the book goes. It says, and then, yeah, I don't know, just make stuff up as I go. What else did I want to talk about? There was something about the Mandela effect that I wanted to go into a little bit more. Oh, man, I had a bunch of stuff I wanted to talk. I was able to get out of my system a lot of the mystery school stuff, though, thankfully. And I really wanted to talk about that stuff, but making videos is so hard and takes so long. All right, so 9 of Cups. A goodly passage has, I can't read. A goodly passage feasted to his heart's content. An abundant refreshment of wine is on the arched counter behind him, seeming to indicate that the future is also assured. The picture offers the material side only, but there are other aspects, divinatory meaning, concord, contentment, physical, also victory, success, advantage, satisfaction. Yeah, I really think that's like the sum up of it all. For the querent or person for whom the consultation is made. That's interesting. Reverse is truth, loyalty, liberty. See, that's why I don't read. There's so many different ways you can read. Oh, the most popular way to read reverse is it's just like the reversed of that energy, but not according to this book. It gets way more complicated. So it's like you got to already learn 78 some odd cards and all their meanings and pictures. Like, why complicate and muddle it up with reverse? Maybe I'll read reverse later on, but I really kind of stayed away from it. I thought I just wanted a quick tarot break. All right, yeah, I'm gonna throw back on the ghost box. I just want to kick back and listen. I want to capture something on the camera with nothing happening. It's been dead. It's like the deadest visual session I've ever had. It's so funny. Swaps mics. Everybody's cool. Everybody's chilling. I'm gonna go for a little bit more. I don't know. I'm just gonna take it easy and chill. And you guys can do your voyeurism. It's not creepy. Don't worry, because in other views, what I'm doing is creepy and weird. So what you're doing is not creepy and weird. Or how's this? We're all being creepy and weird together. I think that's more warm and cozy. So, all right. So yes, enjoy your voyeurism. Try to speak to the ghost box. Take a try. I mean, it's really no different than any other ghost box. And well, it's big difference between the digital and this version. Digital ghost box is an app in this version. That's weird. I thought I just heard my name. That was really weird. And female voice. And it sounded really weird. I wonder if you heard that. It was really muffled, but it just sounded like the syllables of my name. This is radio. This is not repeated. This isn't a closed sound bank. So here we go. I'm just going to swap it to that other radio for a bit and just kick back 5 minutes or something. I don't know. I got to stretch in a bit too, but I just want to kick back for 5 minutes and maybe I'll get up and we'll just let the ghost box go and we'll see if we capture anything. I wanted not to really say nothing, but I have been blobbing a bunch. That's why I put all that stuff in I wanted to keep it all in the dang description. I may have said too much, but I've tried to be quiet about anything. So, all right, here we go. So yes, let's listen to the ghost box for a while.
Going to heaven.
I'm gonna light some incense. Not only do I enjoy the fragrance to some degree, I don't like it when it's too smoky, but yeah, I mean, for centuries, incense has been burned as some sort of offering or something towards these individuals, these spirits, these energies. So I've done it on previous ones, never like with the intent, but I'm just gonna do it just for a few minutes. Light some incense, spirits. If the incense maybe helps you. I know in some schools of thoughts, the smoke is what can call forth these energies and help them materialize to some degree in our realm. I don't know if it's true or not, but I know there's groups of people that staunchly believe in that kind of stuff. So here we go.
Like me. Hey, that sound. Sure. So you get all the Jesus.
It's really interesting. It sounds so much more freaking chit chatty right now. Like when I maybe it's me holding it dampers some of the actual radio waves right now. Maybe those are just all radio waves. Maybe that's all spirit. I don't know, but it just is like I just hear word after word after word. Sometimes it's just like a bunch in a row. So I was just quoting observations on the fly. I tend to do that. I tend to talk quite a bit. All right, back to Ghostbox for just a little bit more. Yeah, it's been really interesting. I honestly thought I would catch something around that camera 3 because that is what I mean. Those are the main devices I've used to attempt communication with these things, and I'm a little disappointed. I thought there'd be something, but I haven't really seen anything except one time I moved the camera. Well, I moved this one, camera 4, or is that 3? You see, on the stream it's opposite. So on my streaming thingy, so it gets confusing. Whatever this one is that I'm pointing at, it's kind of close and mobile. And yeah, when I grabbed it, I noticed a little dust when I put it back. So that's the only time I've really seen any sort of quote unquote orbs. I haven't seen any weird shadows. Yeah, none of the classic stuff. I haven't felt in cold spots. My place is really pretty warm right now. Slightly sweaty on the old face, and yeah, I know the underarms, those sweaty, and yeah, I haven't felt like any bursts of cold into my face. No weird sensations. I don't think I've ever even had these like scratches or slaps or bites or taps or weird things. Ever since I was a kid, I mean, this is what I was told just because I played a bunch of sports growing up, that I get like these weird twitches, just random places too. To like sometimes be on like my left thigh on like the bottom, and sometimes it'll be like around my knee. I get like these weird twitches that I've wondered if people have mistaken things like that for like somebody tapping, because it does kind of feel like it. It's like this weird twitch. I can't explain it other than that, but yeah, I really haven't received the classic televised paranormal evidence or occurrences or happenings like so many else. But I really dived into this with the fascination of the ghost box and EVP. EVP was really what turned me into this whole thing, because I kind of alluded to, I guess I really didn't go into it, man. It's because I just go on crazy tandems. But yeah, I mean, years and years ago, 16 plus years ago, I remember listening to random Art Bell. It was like, I think I was throwing newspapers at the morning. So I got home and he was on, or I can't remember exactly. But anyway, he had an old elderly couple. They were, in my memories, I remember him mentioning something that they were old. Maybe they sounded old. That's just how I remember it. But they had all these dang EVPs, and they claim that you could go check it all on their website, and their website's not for profit. It's just a cheap website that they had all their evidence. And yeah, and they had some crazy stuff. They would take candy and try to talk to kids, and they had some creepy kid sounding EVP. And I just remember the kid ones were really kind of creep me out. For whatever, I find like ghost kids creepy for some reason. I don't know why. I don't know why they think this, especially like the classic Ring image of like the girl in the crappy colored white dress with the crazy long hair. Like, it's not like super scary. Like, I don't freak out when I see it on television, but like if I saw that in real life, I could be more freaked out by seeing something like that than say a miner, like a coal miner, or a cowboy, or some colonial, or whatever the classic kind of older style apparitions are. But yeah, I mean, like I said, I mean, well, yeah, so that's what really got me into EVP, and that kicked off. I started reading books and magazines and going to the library and listening to stuff. There wasn't as much stuff. I don't even think YouTube was around back then. I'm pretty sure it wasn't, actually. Yeah, the internet in general, I think at that time was like dial-up. I had dial-up at that place, that old trailer, because like I said, I lived there for 9 years, my own trailer, and I had to move because of stupid the damn city eminent domain. When the city just comes in and says, we're going to take this and do this to this. And so yeah, that and I've been moved out of it for at least 6 or 7 years. So it's a freaking long time ago. Yeah, I remember was it Yahoo chat rooms, to where nobody really had webcams. Like, that was kind of like a luxury back then, but everybody had their crappy cheap microphones, and there was just all these different chat rooms. You could go in and either voice chat or type chat. I remember spending a lot of time in those, but not as much as like some friends. I remember like one friend that turned me on to it all. Like, first I thought it was so freaking weird. I'm like, what is this LOL? What's all this weird crap? Man, how it's evolved. Now it's just like so natural and part of our lives. But yeah, there was one called like a shout room. I remember back in the day. I mean, this was a long time ago. I was probably only like 22 or something. But yeah, we'd get a little tipsy, and then jump on the shout rooms and just shout and scream. People could just shout and scream about anything, because that's like what the shout room was about. You're just like, you want to vent your anger, and there's gonna be people yelling. You're gonna be yelling, and we wouldn't be angry. We would just be tipsy and shouting and just saying funny crap and just cracking up. Like, some of the stuff people said. Yeah, that's how old I'm getting. It's so funny. That's what we've been at. We've been a little over 4 hours now. I think I may wrap this up in just a little. Go another maybe 20 minutes, half an hour. Hello, anyone that's joining now. Hello, anybody that's watched this from the beginning. Hello, anybody that's been following my weird arse for over 2 years now. I know there's a couple people that I can go back pretty far, so at least a handful. I don't really interact with tons of people anymore these days. I jumped into my bush and pulling more of the monk style than ever before, but it's cool. I coming back out of my bush and doing things. like I said, I'm not going to ghost box nearly as much. Every once in a while, I wanted to do. This is the main reason I kind of chose this. Besides wanting to do, I really felt like wanting to do this, and which is kind of rare these days. Like I don't. There was a time when it was almost like an addiction. Like it's like, all right, like I was going every day. I think I had like 22 straight days of at least an hour or two, if not like 3 or 4 hour experimentation way back in the day. That was when I worked overnights, and I would get home at like 6:30, 7 o'clock, and I'd fire up the stream at like 8 o'clock in the morning. Like nobody watched it first, and then more people started watching, and then I would move to, I was able to do some nights, and it's crazy. It's crazy how it's like at the beginning, there's just a handful of people watching, and then sometimes there's like, I'll get 100 views, sometimes I'll get 1,000 views. It's like there's no rhyme or reason to any of it. Sometimes I'll spend a lot of time on a video and I'll be really proud of it, and a lot of people will see it, and I don't care about the views. It's more of like the artistic side. It's like I guess I care more about like the 4 comments out of like 1,000 view video where people are like, man, I dug that video. Like that's what I like. I really enjoy that kind of stuff, and I've always enjoyed teaching people stuff that I can't tell you that it's all factual or anything. It's just stuff that I find interesting and I've learned over the years. And YouTube has been a weird way to where I've kind of unpurposely melded video logs, vlogging, and paranormal research into this weird conglomerate of this weird melding pot of research, to where there's kind of no limitations. It's just whatever I feel like, or what my imagination sparks at that time. I've done some interesting smoke ITC. Man, that's some of my more favorite sessions, actually. It's just the feel, looking back at those sessions, and the feel of the session, the vibe of the people in chat, and those are really interesting ones. And man, that is really cool stuff. And I highly recommend, if you have not experimented with it, but you do experiment with ITC, any sort of ITC, try smoke ITC. Just put some smoke in a jar and stir it, or shake it, jostlate it, or just pour it in with a straw. That's what I was doing. And there's some really crazy stuff that happens. And I can't tell you if spirits are speaking to us or showing us images through it, but I know it goes back for centuries that the spirits in smoke, there's something about it. And so maybe it worked, maybe it didn't. It was fun as hell. I learned a lot. This has just been a crazy journey. I've met so many different people, so many different views, experimented with different views and people, learned a lot. Yeah, this has been quite a fascinating journey. Taking time off. I've gone on like 4-month hiatus where I just don't even say nothing to anybody. This recent one was more, this recent one was more something, but yeah, I tried to upload some gamer videos just to kind of like let people know it's like wasn't off the face of the earth, and basically symbolically this is what I've been doing. And yeah, I'm not gonna stream. I may put up from time to time, like, I don't know. It's like if it really tickles my fancy, I'll put up like a short video game. Like I do have an esoteric edit of Assassin's Creed Rogue, which is really awesome. I love that game. And the story, like obviously it's not great, but I just love the ideas, and I love how it's really an alchemical journey, like straight up from the beginning to end. And but told in an allegory, just like how the Rosicrucians in their first manifestos, especially the chemical wedding of Kristen Rosenthal or whatever his name was. Just a straight up metaphorical, symbolical book. Crap, I had some place I was going with that stuff. But yeah, I guess I'm just kind of like in reminiscing mode right now. Yeah, I monitor chat. I'll put it in here because it's at the end, and a lot of people won't even see it this far. And I'm just kind of staying away from chat. I don't want to play favorites. I just don't want to get things like personal anymore. I want to keep things as scientific as my non-college attending booty can, with no sort of degree or fancy letters or anything, just a pure interest and love and passion for exploration has. Yeah, whatever the hell the point of that was. See, I'm getting tired. It was a decently long week at work. Spirits, you want to hear my story at work? Oh, what happened at work this week? Let's see. Oh, Mother's Day. Yeah, I worked on Mother's Day. It's funny. I changed my schedule. Well, I didn't change it. They changed it. And so now I'm working Sundays, and I had Sundays off for like freaking ever. Been working this place for a while. And yeah, so Sundays was Mother's Day too. And it was my first Sunday, and I have to do a lot more stuff because we only open for dinner on Sundays and instead of lunch and dinner. I'm really glad we don't do breakfast. And yeah, they said it was going to be crazy. They're like, man, it's going to be bonkers. And so I was just a little nervous. Like, I just didn't want, it was the end of my week, like my first week of this new schedule. And I was just a little nervous. It ended up being like one of the easiest nights I've ever had. So that was pretty sweet. But yeah, before then I had to work 2 basically 11-hour shifts. I mean, I leave, by the time my foot, when my feet exit my place and then my feet come back from my shift, it's been pretty much exactly 12 hours. So even technically I'm only getting paid for like 10 and a half, 11 hours. I'm still gone like another additional hour, and it's they're really long days. And so yeah, that's what my Thursdays and Fridays look like now. So yeah, I'm a little beat from those. And I was hoping like this really super mellow energy, and just like, I guess I can talk about it now. I didn't really want to mention it all, especially at the beginning. I was hoping to do some just non-interaction, and hence the more voyeurism, and do more random things, even though I pretty much ghost boxed the entire night. You don't even know, like, you get into it, you just don't even know how fast and how far time's flown. And yeah, I wanted, okay, so I didn't want to state it out loud because just in case anything was, but I was hoping to catch anomalies on this makeshift altar I have on my ghost boxes. And I was hoping that by doing the exact opposite of Murphy's Law, that I may elicit responses. Because, I mean, Murphy's Law is really basically, I mean, I didn't state it. I think the most simplistic form is anything that will go wrong, or anything that can go wrong will go wrong. But I also look at Murphy's Law like, if you expect something to happen, it's just not going to happen. And so I really wondered, well, I've wondered this whole time, and it really kind of feels like a really kind of right theory, a right path towards that. It's not us turning on this box. It's more than that. It's like, we need to be asking questions. We need to be in the right frame of mind. We need to have possibly like some sort of right aura or right pH balance. Like, who knows? It's clearly more complicated than we can even fathom, or we'd be able to prove this weird phenomenon by now. But I was hoping to combat Murphy's Law and to pull a George Costanza out of Jerry Seinfeld, the one where he said, well, every thought I've ever had has been wrong my entire life. I'm going to do the exact opposite for every thought and everything. And that episode, like that day, they go to the restaurant, and he was going to order a restaurant or his like regular, but he decided to like swap it up. And so when he swapped it up, like the waitress was like, "Ooh!" Like, this is pretty funny. Like, she was somehow attracted to him because he did the exact opposite of what his instinct told him to do. So yeah, I was hoping by doing this, by having some periods where I just shut the hell up and I kick back, or I step away for a few minutes, or whatever, throw some tarot cards, or even talk, that not showing them attention may elicit something. And I've never really approached the actual session with that in mind. So I was hoping, keeping that in mind at the beginning, stating that in the description, and subtly, oh, pillow just hit me in the head right out of nowhere. I wasn't subtly, yeah, god damn, the pillow just rolled in my head and totally threw me off right there. Yeah, well, essentially I was hoping non-activity would maybe elicit something like, maybe you get a spoiled ghost that wants attention, or a narcissistic ghost, or a tricky ghost, or one that knows it's being recorded, or so on and so forth. So I was hoping by trying to not talk about that jazz like I always do, I always try to like lay out everything. I was hoping that would somehow elicit maybe a different response. Like that was my main hope, was something different, a different audio capture, a different video capture. And hell, I may have succeeded and I just didn't see it at the time. I haven't reviewed a sesh, like a full sesh from start to beginning, in a long, long time. I used to do that in like my first, I don't know, 30 or 40 sessions. I would pretty much watch it from beginning to end, but then it just started to become like, I'm my view's changing. I'm not going to be able to change the world's view on this phenomenon, so I would skip a lot, and I would just, there a lot of sessions I remember like the big parts, and I would just look for that big part. Like I'd know if it's like near the middle or near the end or whatever. So a lot of that is yeah, a lot of my later sessions I haven't fully reviewed, so there could be all sorts of stuff I missed. And yeah, I know there's at least 2 or 3 sessions like this where I'm using the 4cam CCTV setup that I have not fully reviewed. I did like the skim review, so it was only the first and second one or something that I fully watched from the beginning. And I think I've done this now using this setup, I don't know, 6, maybe 8 times. But this is the first time I've had the cameras the way you see it now. And this is really, the majority of my research has also been done at where my feet are. I have this crappy desk, and so I've been facing, which is north. I face north, and I don't know if the cardinal directions have anything to do with paranormal research. Maybe they do, I don't know, but that's magnetic north as well. So I mean, I didn't mean to do that. It's just how, this is a tiny room, and I have a queen size bed, so it takes up a lot of the stinking room. And yeah, the desk is essentially jammed in a freaking closet, makeshift office. And so yeah, I really wanted, part of that was tiredness. I wanted to just kick back and relax and chill, and you guys can watch me if you want. If not, it's cool. It doesn't matter to me. That's why you never hear me beg for subscriptions. You never hear that stuff. I'm gonna drop it right there. And yeah, I just figured, yeah, this is also like a weird form of therapy for me, to where I know there's at least one person listening. So that one person, if there is right now, see, this whole time I haven't had the numbers up, so I don't know if I've had 2 people watching or 4 people or a dozen or whatever. I know that there's been a handful of people chatting from time to time, but so I'm guessing I've had like 4 viewers max, maybe 5, because I really haven't been doing this much. Anyway, you guys are my therapists. You're my free therapist. I'm just kicking back, imagining whoever you are, sitting in a lounge chair or a leather chair with your notepad and pencil and maybe a sexy secretary's outfit on or something. And I'm just kicking back, relaxing, chilling, telling you my thoughts about this strange paranormal stuff. I mean, I guess that I know there's paranormal research groups in my area and all around, but I don't know. Some of them take it super serious. They have there's like one around my area that is probably like the most legit style, just because they have so many people that have credentials within it. Like, it's pretty interesting. But yeah, I'm sure there'd be like groups and stuff I can talk to random people. I've always been like a lone wolf guy. Like, I don't join groups. It's really weird. It's like groups seem to join me. And I can't, like, that sounds really narcissistic and not humble at all. But I mean, that's just the best way I can kind of describe it. I always feel like whatever group of friends I'm in at any time, I generally something happens or we just grow apart, and I'm back to lone wolf me, and that's just how it's been for quite a long time, especially outside of high school. A lot of it has to do with in my early 20s. Before, it was actually 3 or 4 months before I turned 21, I was arrested for my first time for a DUI. I had one mixed drink, a rum and coke, and I thought I was okay to drive. I waited like a couple hours, but I was driving my mom's old school daddy Volkswagen Bug or van, and that thing was a beast. It had no power steering, and it had no freaking parking brake. So you would have to park it at certain angles and turn the tire, and since it had no power steering, the freaking tires, it was like turning a tank. Man, I delivered newspapers with that thing for a bit. My car was in the shop. Oh, that's pretty funny. Anyway, I had a damn taillight out, got pulled over. I felt sober. I felt like I was not intoxicated at all, but the officer said he smelled alcohol and that I needed to step out of the vehicle. I performed the roadside, I thought decently. It's just weird. Like I felt sober. I honestly think I was sober, but I still think that those tests are kind of tricky because they told me to like put my hands out and tilt my head back and I think stick one leg out or something like that. And it's like, dude, this is like, what if somebody has vertigo, like they just lose their balance naturally? Like, it's not a very good experience. This is again like 18, 19 years ago, so my memory of it isn't that great. But I think that's what happened. Anyway, he made me do like freaking 10 minutes of tests, and then he's just like, all right, alcohol or blood breathalyzer, and I blew a .002, which I believe the legal driving limit in my state is a .008, but it didn't matter because I was 20 years old, and so boom, I got arrested. My mom's van got impounded, lost my license. I was a paper boy at the time, so no license, and I was borrowing my mom's ride because I was getting my other ride fixed. I basically stopped my whole pursuit into the high-paying career of newspaper delivery. And yeah, I went to court. First time in trouble, they dropped it down to consumption of alcohol by a minor and failure to turn signal because the DA said they had to tie in some sort of motor vehicle, breaking of law, whatever the hell that it's called again. And I thought that was really weird. I'm like, so you're basically making a lie, but I guess that's just what they do. And so anyway, I had to do 24 hours of community service, 24 hours of alcohol class, and I didn't have a car. And what was going on? I like with my dad and my mom, but they're separated. My dad, like, long story short, I couldn't stay with either of them, so I had to ask my grandparents if I could live with them, and they live down southern Colorado and about 3 hours from here. And yeah, and they said sure. So I was able to talk to the parole officer, get my 24 hours community service and alcohol class down in Pueblo, do all that. So it's a really long story, but that stopped my life as I knew it. I had friends, tons of them. I partied, we hung out, did all sorts of crazy stuff, and everything stopped. I had to uproot and move away. I ended up spending like 7 months down there, something like that, 7, 8 months, maybe 6. So long ago, I don't really remember exactly, but I banged out the community service and the freaking alcohol class really quick, got that done with. And so I was just down there for a long time. They wanted me to stay down there and move down there, and I knew nobody. I had somewhat of a background in martial arts, not a lot, just a little bit of Taekwondo practice when I was younger, and I was super into Kung Fu flicks at that time from the age of 14, 15, which would have been approximately what, like 91, 92, 93, somewhere around there is when I really started watching Kung Fu flicks, like old, terribly dubbed Kung Fu flicks. And I got crazy into them. And some of my friends, and we would have sober Kung Fu battles, and we would have drunken Kung Fu battles, like actually drunken. And man, we got super into it. We'd go into the hills and like the trees, and like we were just a bunch of creepy, gangly white kids that didn't know martial arts, but was like practiced, like knew a couple moves. Okay, so anyway, long story short, because I knew martial arts a little, I really started getting into martial arts and the Shaolin Wushu philosophy, the Buddhist philosophy, whatever you want to call that, exploration of spirituality really started then. It really is where it kicked off. Whew, it's taken me. Oh, you know what that tapping sound is? Is the ghost box. I've just been talking and talking. The ghost box has been on the whole time. I just want to wrap this up real quick, and then I gotta use the bathroom. I'm gonna step away for a few minutes, and then I'm gonna come back and we're gonna do a ghost box session for a little bit longer. And but that, that's really what got me into this weird spiritual path, for lack of a better term. I didn't really realize it at the time because I wasn't raised. I was raised to just choose what I wanted to choose. My parents, for good or bad, they just, like I said, my dad was born and raised a Christian, turned into an atheist by the time they had me and my sis. My mom was born and raised Catholic, turned into a Buddhist by the time they had me and my sis. And so their hippie weird ways, they just decided to not teach us, like just let us, if we're interested and we seem like we want any sort of, like they exposed us to the ideas, but they didn't like keep pushing the different ideas of Christianity or Judaism or Buddhism or any of that stuff. So anyway, so since I had that kind of open stuff, I was getting into martial arts and I started practicing the inner Kung Fu as well as the outer Kung Fu. And the outer Kung Fu is the hard, brisk stuff, like any sort of Shaolin Kung Fu that you see in Kung Fu movies. But you also see stuff like Tai Chi, Bagua, Shingi, or Singi, I can't remember if I'm pronouncing that right, but and a handful of other ones. And those are the inner martial arts, and those are about cultivating your chi and using like calmness and softness to be able to control everything external and internal and stuff like that. So I really started getting into that, the external and internal martial arts. And I picked up a handful of books, and from my base knowledge, and I also took like 3 months of praying mantis wushu at a real school. Man, that one is rough because they make you do fingertip push-ups. And yeah, I mean, I still have the bone calluses on my bones to this day on my forearms from practicing blocks in wushu, even though I haven't technically practiced wushu in, God, I don't even know, at least 5 years, if not a decade, how technical you want to say it, like an actual full form or just doing like slight moves or whatever. But yeah, so all that stuff kind of built the base work for how I got to this point here, because I've always been really interested in this weird crap. I mean, my parents never had any restrictions on movies. We could basically watch anything but pornos. We never had restriction on our movies. Man, I was a teenager and I was not even 13. I was probably like 12 when I first saw Faces of Death, for all you old farts out there that remember Faces of Death on VHS. I could go rent that myself. I could just walk across the street, rent it at the local video store, like before there was Blockbusters everywhere, whatever that local one was called. Walk across the street and watch it. My mom didn't care. She was like, "Oh, that's really interesting." Also, was really into special effects as well, because I didn't have that restriction. My parents showed me that movies aren't real and that they use special effects, and I got really into special effects and like makeup and gore and all that stuff. So that's why, out of the Mandela effect, one of the ones that really stick out to me is the Tiananmen Square man that did not get ran over by a tank in our reality of this current history. I really vividly remember not him getting run over, because I did not see that. And that's the interesting thing, and that's where the argument of the Mandela effect comes in. Because I just remember people talking about it. And I just remember thinking, that's so crazy, because you don't see that on TV. TV's censored. If you see blood on TV, it's the cool special effects that I'm reading in Fangora about how they make Wolfman and Dracula and all that jazz. And so I'm such a weirdo. And you, my gophers, my guinea pigs, my interested listeners, my voyeuristic viewers, you get to hear my weird sides. Not a lot of people do. So yeah, consider yourself privileged or I don't know, not privileged. Whatever. All right, I'm weird. Long story short. All right, I gotta step away for a couple minutes. I'm just gonna run the ghost box, and then I think I'm gonna come back and wrap it up with a sesh. That's interesting. I just heard the ghost box say something about tired. I am getting a little tired, but I don't know. I may ghost box a bit, and I may just talk for a while more. It's good to get this stuff out because like I said, I really wanted to make a lot of these ideas and theories and thoughts into some sort of video, and I haven't been writing anything down. So I just got all this malarkey bouncing around in my thick skull right now, and this is the only way that I really can kind of naturally get it out, because it doesn't matter in the long run. This isn't like a highly, even though my paranormal legends are highly produced, I try to the best of my ability, not being trained in any of this stuff and just figuring it out as I go, make a decent video. They're not great. I'm probably my toughest critic. Like there's a lot of them I really don't like, especially now, looking back at them now. But yeah, I think these are just more natural and easy. You just put on your damn cameras and you just film. All right, whatever. I'm gonna swap and yeah, take a few minute break. I already use the bathroom. I need to stretch. So let's just listen to the ghost box. This is no different than any other ghost box. One of the main differences between this and like a digital app like EchoVox or AppyDroid or any whatever. What else we got? Realm, Infinity Box. You name it, there's a ton. I'm sure there's a ton now. I haven't looked at the Google Play Store in a while, but over the last 2 years, I saw it go from a dozen to like 50 plus, if not like 100 plus. There used to only be like a dozen, if not less. It's so funny. And I tried them all at the beginning. It's been a really crazy ride to ride the wave with this. So it'd be really interesting to get on there and see what's been going on. So yeah, man. Jibber jabber. All right, swap into the ghost box. Ask your questions. It's hooked up to my live radio. There are ghost box apps out there and websites that are connected to someone's live ghost box within their house, and I've had some really interesting possible intelligent responses come out of other people's ghost boxes being streamed into a live like internet radio essentially, and this is really no different. This is pretty much the exact same thing. So how live is it? You're seeing me whenever I speak. As I'm saying this right now, I spoke it 20 to 30 seconds before you're hearing it. So if you're curious about some sort of a delay, that's the YouTube imposed delay. Ask it some questions. Ask it to say your name. Ask it if it can say my name. Ask it to say hi. Ask it to say a cuss word. See, cuss words are interesting because since it is sweeping radio, you probably shouldn't. This is local radio. This isn't like serious or anything. You shouldn't be hearing cuss words. So when you do hear cuss words on like local sweeping radio ghost boxes, those are something, I think. All right, here we go. I'm gonna shut up and step away. Be right back.
Now that zero. Check it out. Good luck. Yeah. Okay. Right. Every I can hurt you. Right, my recommend. Guys. Teacher. How do I? Before step those.
All right, spirits. I've asked this a couple times tonight, but not many. But it's just something I like to do throughout all my sessions. Because it's just, I have a weird name. It's not my legal name, but my pseudo name for YouTube. And it's just kind of weird. So when you hear Rusty come through a ghost box, especially after you ask if they can say it, it's, to me, it's something. And I don't know, it's a frog's hair or something, but it's something. And, yeah, so can you please? I don't think we've heard it. Well, not when I've asked. I thought I've heard my name at least 2 or 3 times, but just random sporadic times, so it could have been anything. But then again, there's a theory that it's not all real time, and even with EVP, that sometimes the answers come through later times throughout the session. So can we see if you can say hi, Rusty or Rusty? Tell me your name if you can. Just see if you can say my name first, and then we'll see if we can figure out who we may have been talking to tonight and ask a few more questions and probably wrap it up. So can you say Rusty to me, please? Spirits through this box.
Right.
Thank you. Well, let's try one more time to see who you are. Can you please tell us who we've been talking with tonight, please? Tell us your names through this device, whoever you are.
Including Brent.
There was a really interesting one, and I think it just said a cuss word. It sounded like a whisper, and it sounded like it said that C word. I'm not going to say it because I know a lot of people are I'm not a big fan of the word. It sounded like a whisper of that C word. That was interesting, but that just might have been what I heard at the moment. I'm just stating that because I just happened to be speaking about cuss words, and then I just thought I heard a cuss word. So that was really interesting. All right, so I'm not going to be doing this much more tonight, guys. So if you have any important messages you want to tell me or a loved one or the entire world or the universe, somebody in the future, any messages you want to try to get out, please go ahead. Tell us anything you need to tell us or want to tell us as well. Thank you. Go ahead.
The classic. U.S.
So I just heard Spider-Man. Rubbish. Pardon me. All right, spirits. It's just my morbid curiosity, just because I've heard some weird things when I ask this question. If you're offended by this question, I do not mean to offend you, but I just, it's like my gut intuition that's kind of like therapy, like explaining what happened to you may help you feel better, find solace. I don't know. I really don't know, but you sometimes get some really interesting possible intelligent responses when you ask this question. My spirit friends, can you please tell me how you got into this form you're currently in? How did you die? How did you become a spirit? How did you become a demon? How did you become an angel? Whatever form you're in that I am not allowed to see or hear or interact with for whatever reason, how did you become you? Go ahead, please, my spirit friends.
Around the world.
There's been some weird, like robotic-y, like kind of buzzy sounding, but they almost sometimes sound like syllables. It's really weird. And I've experienced with the PSB7, I remember one session in particular that near the end of the session, I wasn't really hearing it at using the PSB7 for however long. It was one of the longer sessions, it was 6 or 8 hours long. And near the end of the session, it started having this like really robotic sounding voice, and it really started to sound like it was saying different words. And it was near this one spot on the sweep. It was like near the end or the beginning, however you want to term it, glass half full, half empty type of deal. But essentially, it was near that gap where it loops back over and keeps circling around. And I was hearing this really weird robotic sound, and people were hearing it. People were making out words. It was really, really weird. And it reminded me of Konstantin Radiv. Forgive me if I'm pronouncing his name wrong or if I got it completely wrong, but he was an interesting researcher that really kind of helped spark the whole spirit voice through some electronic apparatus. Besides Carl Jurgensen. Jurgensen is basically the father of EVP, and Radiv is kind of the father of like ghost boxes. And he used a really interesting technique to where he was getting these like really robotic, like that would be turning into words. It's a really trippy video, and that's stuff I'm gonna be making if I ever make it into my Paranormal Legends ITC edition, Instrumental TransCommunication Ghost Box edition, because it's like I have to. It's almost like I have to by law, because it's like I really enjoy making those things, even though I think most of them suck, at least now, in particular, looking back in retrospect. and definitely learned a lot of what to do and what not to do and different ideas. And there's still a ton of stuff that I'm yet to figure out and formulate and stuff. Hell, just in the editing program alone. But I really, it's like so natural and so fitting and so poetic that I make a paranormal legends of instrumental transcommunication. And I really got to try to formulate the best I can to some sort of, I want to do it like a historical review kind of. So I have plans for the future. I have plans for, I did like a Mandela effect style video where it was just really me screen sharing my desktop. And I have some plans for some other things that I may do with that. Nothing set in stone. I would like to revisit the Mandela effect with, it may be in the same kind of format, or it may be more of like an actual produced video. But I would like to revisit that with some other aspects and some other ideas and some other angles I've kind of delved upon. I can't remember them all off the top of my head. I really need to start writing some of them down, but I really need to start writing everything down in general. It's hard to remember stuff in general. Sometimes not. It's really weird. I had some crazy memory last week from years and years and years ago. And it's like, I just remembered this one instant of this one part, but I don't remember anything else about it. It's like, why did I remember that? It was so mundane and like not important, but I remember that one specific thing, and I don't really remember anything else like pertaining to that. I can't remember now what it was, so I can't give you the example, but I just remember reflecting, it's like, why am I remembering? Like, why can I remember that so vividly from like 28 years ago, 35 years ago? Yeah, I think it was something when I was like 4 years old. So yeah, like 35 years ago. But I can't remember part of a mission I just did earlier on Fallout 4, that happened just earlier when I was playing it. I was in the middle of a mission and I was like, wait, why do we have this vial again? What is this about? I just couldn't freaking remember. And I started thinking, was like, why can't I remember that one mundane time when I was 4 freaking years old? Memory is so freaking weird. Apparently, you can kind of visualize it like this. Like, visualize it. Am I still on camera? Yeah. Visualize it 2 points. Like, my left hand is whatever happened, the action, the event, the whatever that put that memory, and that memory gets transported through, like, imagine an elastic line that's like basically tethered between whatever happened, pushed into your memory, and then stored, and is the entryway and bank basically into your brain. And there's a thin wire. So when you first remember, or like try to remember something, or something happens that you remember, you have like, imagine just a thin wire. And every time you speak about it, whatever that happened, every time you read about it, every time you remember it, every time any sort of going back over that thin cord starts to get thicker and thicker, like a muscle, and builds up, and the memory gets stronger and stronger and stronger. But unfortunately, we can remember things incorrectly that get strengthened and stronger and stronger and stronger, and it becomes so vivid. Even though it's incorrect, it feels like it's right. And that's kind of like one of the scientific views for the Mandela effect, is that people not knowing kind of hurt. It's like the phone thing where somebody tells somebody something, and by the time it gets to 12 people, it's slightly different or it's completely different. And so people are unintentionally spreading misinformation, and that misinformation may be strengthened in our brains the same way. And so it becomes a locked memory in our brain, even though it's incorrect. And so that's why it feels so right that it's like, no, Mandela did die in prison, even though that's before my time, and I really don't have any ties into Mandela in general, even though I have a few interesting ones. Yeah, I had a really interesting one due to this, because there's a term called phonemes, and phonemes is basically the sound of language. And for almost a year straight, or even longer, I pronounced it phenome, and I swear it was called phenome. I don't know why I mispronounced it. Like, I'm pretty damn good at that. Like, I generally recognize that. Like, I remember tying it to something like phenome, and it turns out I was saying it wrong on many sessions for like 60 plus ITC stream sessions. And that was like right at the time I was getting pretty deep into the Mandela effect. Like I already was aware of it, but I get into these weird, like I get into the rabbit hole, experiment with it, then get out of it, then get into it and get out of it. And I don't keep going down. I take a little rope with me, go down a little, turn on my headlight, look around, maybe take a chunk of something with me, and then run back up and jump into another rabbit hole. That's really how I experiment and research. I don't stay down rabbit holes. They get dangerous down there. They're not good in the deep depths of those rabbit holes. Oh man, yeah, I think I'm gonna wrap it up, guys. Spirits, thank you. I want to end this session. All energies, please, good or bad, positive, negative, high vibrating, low vibrating. I appreciate any interactions. I apologize if you were unsuccessful. Please do not get frustrated with me. These are all just humble, naive, I guess, experiments, and I don't expect anything. I have no expectations one way or another, just to present this and let it ride, see what happens. So yes, this was, I think I'm going to label this ITC session number 102. I think I'm going to maybe fire back up the ITC sessions, but just label the stream as it goes on, just paranormal voyeurism or whatever. I might get a little cheeky with the titles, but I think at the end, I'm going to kick back into my ITC things and just keep it back to ICC. I know it's getting confusing because it's like, there'll be, if you look at my uploads, it'll be like Ghostbox session number 161, then ITC session number 102. But anybody that's been following me this whole time, they kind of know that's like the skinny, and they know I'm weird and random anyway, so it shouldn't surprise too many people. So yes, a little old rusty reporter, been hiding in a bush for a few months, kind of moseying my way back out of that bush, kind of back into somewhat of a quasi-civilization. It's been interesting to talk, so thank you, spirits, for letting me talk to you. Thank you, you guys. You beautiful people, whoever you may be, wherever you are on this crazy rock that we're told is spinning because it's round, but maybe it's flat. I don't know. There's another crate. That's something I kind of want to get into. I really don't have a view on that because I personally have been able to go confirm or deny, or have anybody close to me that can confirm or deny. So I have to take I have to take hearsay from two separate groups. And I'm not into that. So I just stand in the middle. I just cruise in the middle, nod to either of them as I'm cruising by, just checking things out. That's just how it is for me, at least. Do I recommend that point of view for anyone? I think everybody just comes to their own understanding and point of view. I mean, I'm still super naive, but I'm just not nearly as naive as I was 10 years ago, 20 years ago, but I'm still naive. Still so much for me to learn. I'll wrap it up like this. One of my favorite all-time quotes was from Mr. Sir William Shakespeare, and which incidentally, coincidentally enough, some say is Sir Francis Bacon in actuality, and that this is, anybody can look into this. Sir Francis Bacon was big time into occultism. He was into the esoteric philosophy. He studied alchemy. He has ties into the Rosicrucians and the Freemasons. Considered one of the highest scientific minds of all time, up there with Einstein, Stephen Hawking, you name it. And psst, big secret, he was into the Satan devil worship, if you look at it like that. If you look at it like me in the middle, it's another path no different than the church. The church tells me that I can find salvation in God if I do this certain thing. Esotericism tells you that you can find the same destination, the same place, but you don't need the church. It's all within you. And that's the alchemical symbolism is, yeah, they say there's immortality, the red lion, the great work, whatever you want to call it. But most importantly, most fundamentally, it's about transmuting, changing your flaws, your imperfections, changing jealousy into compassion, changing hate into love, transmuting these emotions, these flaws within our human existence. Are they flaws? Maybe not. Maybe there is no good or bad. Maybe good or bad is just perspective. I can get really deep into that. But I'm going to wrap it up with a quote from William Shakespeare. My favorite one might have been Sir Francis Bacon, but yeah, it's one of my most favorite quotes. A fool believes himself to be a wise man, while a wise man knows himself to be a fool. So I'm going to leave you guys with that. Until next session, take care of yourself, take care of one another, keep researching, keep asking questions. It's going to be Rusty Reporter. I guess ITC session number 102. Signing out. I don't know. I may change the title, but I'm signing out anyway. Take care of each other. Take care of yourself. See ya.